Ready when you are, Mr. Chair.
Okay. As Vice Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 9:15. This Zoom webinar is being live on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the Commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For purposes of the public watching and the public record, I will turn to Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, Commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely and disclose your physical location. I will start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present, attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Zatella. Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Widges.
Present.
9 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Lett.
I'd like to make a motion as it pertains to public comment. I would request pursuant to our rules of procedure that we adopt a 1-minute time limit on all in-person and remote public comments. If I have a second, I speak to it.
Okay, the motion is made by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Weiss.
Pursuant to our rules of procedure, we can set our time limit at whatever we determine to be in the best interest. With the increased number of basically remote public comments. Today, the last I checked would be there were 38, which would be well over an hour of time. Yesterday, it was over altogether probably close to 4 hours. So that's the purpose for cutting down the time.
Is there any debate or discussion? Commissioner Clark, excuse me.
Yeah, I unfortunately disagree with you, Steve. We've advertised or publicized 2 minutes, and we should stick to that today. People are prepared for 2 minutes. And I think we should follow that example. And we should treat the people ongoing as the same way we've treated the people in the past. Give them 2 minutes.
Commissioner Widges.
I am, how do I say this? So I agree because it is taking quite some time away from where we could be mapping. However, is there a way that we can do it so that it starts potentially next week, leaving it 2 minutes this week? Because Doug makes an excellent point of people have prepared for potential 2 minutes of comment today.
Thank you. Please, General Counsel.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Good morning to the commission and to everybody viewing. The ability for the commission to adjust the public comment time limit in the rules would certainly, you could change it as Commissioner Witches indicated, for a future date, but really the adjustment would be for that meeting only. The 2-minute limit is in the rules, and the ability to adjust that 2-minute is also in the rules. So it would be for not a permanent change. It would be the temporary change for the meeting before you. I would also remind the commission and the viewing public that if a change is adopted, it has to be applied to all the speakers at that meeting. You can't change mid public comment, and some speakers have 2 minutes and some speakers have 1 minute. And another thing that the commission is prohibited from doing, and it's been many months since we talked about this, is the commission cannot set a time limit on the total number of speakers or a total time limit on for that to occur. So the commission can't say, we'll have 1 hour of public comment. But again, it is completely in the commission's discretion to adjust that time limit so long as it's applied equally to all speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, General Counsel. Secretary of State.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to address what Commissioner Clark said regarding the advertisement of 2 minutes. While he is correct that the 2 minutes is stipulated in emails sent to those who have signed up for public comment, it also indicates that the commission reserves the right to shorten this. So effectively, it states 2 minutes or less for those who have signed up for public comment. Thank you. Oh, and I also wanted to add, just for the benefit of you making this decision, there are 36 individuals who have signed up for remote public comment for today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary of State. Any other discussion? All right, so we should probably do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. Restating the motion, Commissioner Lett, please let me know if I'm stating this correctly, is to shorten the amount of time each individual member of the public who has signed up for public comment has from 2 minutes to 1 minute. Is that correct? Thank you. Again, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Janice Follett.
Yes.
Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
Yes.
Doug Clark.
No.
Juanita Curry.
Yes.
Anthony Ede.
Yes.
Steve Lett.
Yes.
Cynthia Orton.
Yes.
MC Rothhorn.
No.
By a vote of 7 yes to 2 no, the motion carries.
Okay. Then we are so the motion carries as Secretary of State said. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda. Oh, excuse me. At this point, we do have to move to the adoption of the agenda. And as a reminder, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I would now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or debate on? Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none and hearing none, it is moved and seconded. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail. The motion is adopted. At this point, we are moving on to public comment. Without objection, we move to public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your name or number. You'll have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is number 1.
Good morning. My name is Rosalind Cox, and I've been a resident of Troy, Michigan for 26 years. I have to say that I'm not pleased with the map that puts Troy with multiple cities on the east side where we share no common interest. I don't have a concern with Troy and Sterling Heights being in the same district as we share a border, and Sterling Heights is home to many immigrants, which ties well into Troy's diversity. But the rest of the map, going so far east and even north to Washington Township, is not in the best interest of Troy. I want Troy to be grouped with cities that are west and south of us that share many common interests. There are many parks and recreational activities and programs that enhance daily living for all residents in this connected community group. Troy is a very diverse community, and it would make the district even stronger if you grouped us with other diverse and blended communities to the south and west who have similar priorities and will also allow the citizens of Troy to maintain a strong voice. Thank you for doing this difficult work. It is very much needed and very much appreciated.
Thank you very much. Just to, ma'am, you said, Commission, there was a question, we should group Troy with areas to the east. Is that correct? Rather than to the west?
I had to go so fast because you only gave me
Yeah,
a
no,
minute.
I hear you. I hear you.
So what I left out was, I said, I want Troy to be grouped with cities that are to the west and south of us, such as Clawson, Berkeley, Royal Oak, Ferndale, Oak Park, Southfield, Beverly Hills, and Birmingham, because we share many common interests.
Thank you for that clarification. Next in line to address the commission is number 2.
My name is Lawrence Kramer, and I'm a resident of Troy. I'd like to thank the commission for seeing us today. I'm concerned about the placement of Troy within the District 6 map as it places us outside of the majority of our community of interest. While Rochester Hills to the north is certainly part of that, we are much more aligned with communities to the south and to the west of us, as built upon our numerous academic and athletic interactions within the educational systems, as well as the numerous programs, events, and governance of Oakland County. Additionally, while I'm concerned that the partisan fairness of this map will be challengeable, I trust the commission to do their due diligence to make sure that works. I'd also like to urge the council to review the methodologies of the AFL-CIO maps, as they have actually used a very comprehensive method in order to try and draw them. Again, I'd like to thank the commission for everything that they're doing, all the hard work. I know this is a difficult and thankless task. Good day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Thank you for the clapping too. Number 3, please. Number 4 is welcome to be right behind her. Please, number 3, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Terry McCormick. I'm a 26-year resident of Troy. I first want to take part of my minute to thank you for all of the work and effort you are putting into this process. We really need to refocus on partisan fairness. The proposed map that is drawn for the congressional district, particularly for number 6, that encompasses Troy, does not take into account any of our communities of interest. All of our recreation, our entertainment, our services, most people go to the south and to the west of us. Communities of Royal Oak, Clawson, Berkeley, Birmingham, even Rochester are within our communities of interest. I have lived, I grew up in St. Clair Shores. We have no commonality with St. Clair Shores. I can tell you, I haven't been there in decades. So I thank you for your time. Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much. Number 3, please, number 4, and then number 5 right behind.
Whoop. Just hold it. My name is Leon Jackson. I moved to Troy in 1967. I have business interest here, raised our kids here. And very seldom do we ever go, right now I live near DeQuinder, which is a county line, and very seldom do we go east. It's always west. The partisan analysis is very important to me. I think right now we have a Biden over Trump was 3%, and our state representatives is a minus 3%. More gerrymandered. I've looked at the AFL-CIO maps, fair maps, and I really believe that that's a good place to start. And I strongly urge that we adopt something that's close to that or for Troy. I'd like to thank you for your hard work and all the effort. I put my name in for this, but I'm glad that I didn't get it that first. See how hard you have to work. So thank you.
Thank you for that encouragement. Number 5 and then number 6 on deck in the batting circle.
Good morning. My name is Lori Evans. I'm a 25-year resident of Troy. I want to thank the commissioners for all of the work that you've put into these first drafts of our district maps. I'm here this morning, actually, it turns out to echo much of what has been said, because I'm deeply concerned that the current draft congressional districts overall, but particularly the proposed congressional District 6 for Troy, does not represent our communities of interest or the criteria for partisan fairness. We in Troy have stronger ties to our communities of interest or more with jurisdictions to the south of us in Oakland County. These are communities with which we share services and entertainment and recreational venues. In regards to community of interest, I urge you to look carefully at the state maps presented by the Michigan AFL-CIO, which represent to me the intent for redistricting to account for population changes and to live up to the Voting Rights Act precepts of equity and balance. I've looked at most of the hundreds of maps that have been submitted by the public, and I really do believe that these deserve your look. Thank you for allowing me this time and for your efforts to provide us fair and representative maps.
Thank you. Number 6 and number 7 on deck.
Good morning. My name is Vital Ane, and I live in Troy, and I would like to express my concerns about Congressional District 6 tentative map. Specifically, the cities of Troy and Rochester Hills being combined with 10 other cities in Macomb County, such as Washington Township, Harrison Township, Mount Clemens, etc. These cities are in fact, these two counties, Oakland and Macomb, could not be any more different. Troy and Rochester are well-developed, affluent, densely populated suburban cities with large, diverse immigrant population. 15% to 30% of our population are immigrant, highly educated, focused on public education and green spaces. The rest of the cities, such as Mount Clemens, are largely rural and majority white population. Also, for example, about 60% of adult education in Troy are college educated. By contrast, only 16% of Mount Clemens is college educated. With such stark differences, I strongly believe the voices of Troy and Rochester will be drowned out with this proposed map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Are we at number 7 now? All right, number 7 and then number 8 on deck, please.
Okay, so right off, seeing how you cut my time back, I want to thank Commissioner Carter for, if you're going to put out a public notice saying that you're going to give us so much time, then we get here and take that time away from you. I don't think that's right. Okay, you should made the time for the next meeting you're going to have, but to let the public know that you're going to do things, then we come here and we're not able to really speak like we should. But my main concern is you are taking us out of Oakland County and you're not balancing us with the other counties that you're connecting us with. So if you're going to do that, you should at least try to balance it. But now the way you have it, you're not giving us the strength that we had as a community, that we are a well-respected community. We're concerned about our schools, and we're basically level-headed community. And you're putting us with a community that's kind of not level-headed. We voted for people, not politicians, and now we passed that strongly. Now you want to take us in an area that they don't even believe that the election that we just had was truthful.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 8 and number 9 on deck, please.
Wow. Hi, thank you. My name is Dina Shergavian-Stuber. I live in the 11th Congressional District. When I saw the proposed maps, I was confused as to why Troy was put with so many Macomb County communities. These communities don't share our roads, our services, or our parks, and it seemed odd to me rather than lumping us with communities to the south and west. We are very different communities. We are so different. In fact, we elected Haley Stevens, who is a moderate, and the 10th elected outspoken election denier and NRA advocate Lisa McLean. When you look at the past elections, you see that this proposed district is comprised of very Republican Macomb County communities, which would effectively cancel Troy's voice for the next 10 years. I don't want to lose my voice. Please reconsider these maps. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 9 and number 10 on deck, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Ashley Jennings, and I'm a Troy resident. I want to start by thanking the commission for your hard work through this process. Turn to partisan fairness today. I think all Michigan voters can agree our ability to have our voice heard in government depends on rejecting any sort of built-in advantage for one party over another. Please maintain a primary focus on partisan fairness as you move forward in this process. This was a foundational goal of Proposal 2 and should not be an afterthought. I also urge the commission to revisit the way Troy's congressional map has been drawn. As others have spoken to today, it's clear that this map does not reflect our communities of interest. And I'd urge the commission to link Troy with municipalities to our south and west, whether it's visiting parks, attending youth sports or classes, commuting, looking at places where we shop or visit for entertainment. There's much more movement to and from Troy between other communities in Oakland County. We share county government, some municipal services, and we deserve representation in Congress that will understand and be responsive to the needs of this larger community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Number 10 with number 11 on deck.
Good afternoon. My name is Donald Frank. I live in Clawson. I just want to talk about today partisan efficiency gap. You're going to probably hear a lot about that more later today, but making sure that you keep that number as close to 0 as possible going forward. If you just look at the state Senate elections from the last 5 examples from 2002 going on, you can see that both Democrats and Republicans receive a majority of the votes overall statewide if you add up all the Democratic and Republican candidates. But in each election, you can see that there's an efficiency gap where Republicans from 7 to 20% will receive more of the vote seat total than their vote total. Keeping that number as close to 0 as possible in your congressional maps and your legislative maps will make sure that we have this partisan fairness that whatever party in the state receives a majority of the votes will at least get close, if not have a majority to be able to govern here in the state of Michigan. It's important that both sides have the opportunity and have that chance to make their voice heard, and that one party doesn't have to win by astronomical margins to be able to take control of the legislative body. Keep that number as close to 0. Thank you so much for all your hard work, and we appreciate you coming out today.
Thank you. Number 11, please. Do we have a number 12? I believe number 11 is our final public speaker.
My name is Emily Alquist. I am from Troy. I strongly encourage you to consider redrawing that map so that we are not lumped in with Macomb County. I don't see what we have in common with the likes of Peter Lucido. I helped collect signatures for this ballot initiative, hoping that we would put an end to majority rule. So I'm really hoping that you reconsider putting Troy with areas of interest like my previous friends and neighbors have addressed already. Thank you for all your work. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for understanding. All right, now that we have finished with live in-person public comment, we will move to remote public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call on your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate during the next public commentary period at a later hearing or meeting. You'll have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is Edward Heubel.
For the purposes of the public record, number 1, 2, 3, and 4 are not currently present.
Thank you, Secretary of State. That means we're moving on to number 5, Anna Krezat.
Good morning. My name is Anna Kreza. I live in the city of Dearborn. I was born and raised here. I'm 23. I'm here to urge you guys to continue keeping our Muslim communities of Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, and Hamtramck together. These communities of Muslims and immigrant minorities need to stay together for so many reasons that I just don't have enough time to go over. But I took a look at the maps from the organization Mgage, and Mgage maps are where the Muslims are. To put simply, I really urge you to consider these maps when you are making your redistricting plans. And the plan IDs for these maps, again, they are from Mgage, is P3644, P4107, P4108. So that's P3644, P4107, and P4108. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for addressing the commission, Anna. Next in line is James Gallant.
Hello, thank you. This is James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. And Commissioner Rawthorne, as the chair, no matter how many times you call Sarah Reinhardt the Secretary of State, she is not the Secretary of State. I believe the Secretary of State is give a dereliction of duty on her part not to participate and be the one making these decisions. And I'd like to pick up where we left off, and I believe that Mike Brady is the problem here. Mike Brady came forward with the rules of procedure and then didn't follow through with them. Now, I believe what happened here was that when the Secretary of State went to the Board of Canvassers in 2011 to get the election certified, and she did, and said that it passed, this ballot too, the proposal, the Board of Canvassers then did not put this commission in the hands of Jennifer Detloff, the Legislative Council Administrator, who is supposed to administrate it, and gave it back to the Secretary of State. Secretary of State has no authority here to run this commission. And as you can see, now the staff, they're not available today. You can't have a meeting. And she's a Democrat. This is partisan politics. Why would a partisan be in charge of this commission? And you're trying to be independent.
Your 1 minute has been concluded. Next in line to speak is Anthony Scannell.
I believe next in line is number 7, Anne Marie Graham Hudak.
Thank you for that, Secretary of State. Anne Marie Graham Hudak, please address the commission when you're ready.
Hi, I'm sorry. Did you say Anne Marie?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for having this. My name is Anne Marie Graham Hudak. I'm Canton Township Supervisor. I know the public has been spending a lot of time commenting on the need to look at partisan fairness in election results, and the Commission's General Counsel spends a lot of time defending why it has not been done. But we're looking forward to Dr. Hanley's partisan fairness assessment today. and hope that she presents to the commission what the public knows to be true. The maps as drafted give an unfair advantage to one party over the other. I'm glad to see the commission add more time next week to give themselves time to adjust for partisan fairness after the presentation, as I expect they will need it. And I hope that the commission also doesn't get bogged down in the exact phrasing of public comments and hear what we mean. Spend the time necessary to make sure that the maps are fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Next in line to address the commission is Anthony Scannell.
Mute. All right, sorry about that. You ready? Hey, commission. So I think it was pretty improper for you to change the time that we're allowed to speak on the same meeting that went through. I think you should have let it lapse a public meeting notice. And Ms. Reinhardt, I don't disagree with your interpretation of the language in the notice. It says up to 2 minutes. It doesn't say 2 minutes or less. That to me sounds like no more than 2 minutes. Doesn't sound like any less than 2 minutes. And furthermore, comments were made back when a couple days ago, Commissioner Witches, you were advocating not, working overnights and stuff to not cancel any public hearings. And in that exchange, Commissioner Zatella then said, well, we're not a legislative body. That is 100% false. I'm looking at the Michigan Constitution. This commission is hereby established as a permanent commission in the legislative branch. So, yeah, I'm not happy with what you did with public comments today. You should have let a meeting lapse between that.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Jerry Walden.
Mr. Walden, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
Sorry. I'm Jerry Walden. I'm a physician, a retired family physician, and have spent all my life in Michigan. Thank you for this opportunity. My main interest is that you will balance the districts in a way that partisan gerrymandering is removed. And to that end, I've reviewed the AFL-CIO districting. I think it's an excellent attempt to add fairness to our elections, and I would hope that you'll strongly consider adopting their maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Sarah Woolsey.
Hello, Commission. Good morning. My name is Sarah Woolsey. I'm a resident of Grand Rapids, Michigan, and my comments today are about the congressional district that includes Kent County. As the second largest city in Michigan, Grand Rapids is also by far the largest city in West Michigan, and it is the significant community of interest for our region. It's the focus of our population, employers, healthcare, airport, entertainment, 11 different universities and colleges. And the population of Kent County is near the population needed for a full district itself, with 657,000 voters. The currently drawn district includes expansion eastward into farming townships in Ionia County, which do not share things in common with this core metro area and this core community of interest. To be consistent with the goals of prioritizing common communities of interest, I encourage the commission to consider expanding instead westward to townships that are more allied with Kent County, including universities that are part of the metro area and cities and townships that are essentially suburbs of Grand Rapids. Thank you for your time and for your work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Stephanie Williams.
Hello and good morning. My name is Stephanie Williams. I am a resident, a lifelong resident of Kalamazoo, Michigan. I wanted to weigh in regarding the maps regarding where I live at, which is Kalamazoo County. The congressional map, although I am somewhat skeptical about it going from Kalamazoo to Grand Rapids, mainly because we're two totally different cities, metropolitan cities, and with the wealth gap and the different interests and things that are happening, I'm afraid that we may not have adequate representation from the west side of the state, particularly Kalamazoo. However, it's not the worst looking map. With some tweaks with an equitable lens, I think it could be doable. I can say that a lot of the maps at the state level that are being proposed in the local level for Kalamazoo County are not equitable. They're not fair. They do not give real access and opportunity, particularly for Black, Indigenous, and people of color to adequately participate in the political process when it comes to voting and for running for office. And so I'm asking you to please consider that.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Frank Lynn.
There I go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Frank Lynn. I live in Grand Rapids Township. Cascade, and I'm talking about the 2 state Senate districts.
Frank, you're sounding just a little muffled and it's hard to hear you.
Okay, I'm talking about the 2 state Senate districts. Cascade Township does not belong in a district with Benton Harbor. Benton Harbor is miles away, about an hour away. Cascade should be part of the North Grand Rapids district. It's part of the Forest Hill school system with Ada and Grand Rapids Township, and therefore should be included with those areas. East Grand Rapids should also be a part of the North District. It's more like Forest Hills and Ada, so that should be put together. To balance this out, the population of rural areas in Ottawa County should be moved out of the North District. Those are agricultural areas, Fruit Ridge and Peach Ridge Avenue, so forth and so on. The South District would need to shift to the south and west, which would include 28th Street West, which is part of the metropolitan area, and would make a whole lot more sense. So I would encourage you to readjust.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Val Nikolai.
Good morning. I'm Val Nikolai. It appears that Oakland County has little representation both at the Senate and congressional areas. Oakland County is 20% of Michigan, basically 20% of Michigan's GDP. So this lack of solid representation could have a significant impact on the state and many of the multiple communities. One of the other critical impacts is because of that lack of representation, you may well see an exodus of businesses from Oakland County because they rely on solid representation, for employee, regulatory, and other concerns they have. Also, as stated on the division of some of the communities that have cross synergies, what could well happen is you're going to get dual representation, and it may well be conflicting dual representation. So you're going to destroy a lot of that cross synergies. So my issues basically are Oakland County representation and maintaining cross synergy within the communities. Thank you so much. You guys have got a grueling job.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Jim Peterson.
Mr. Peterson, if you can unmute, you're free to address the commission.
There we go. Thank you very much. My name is Jim Peterson. I've got a 50-year history of grassroots politics in Southeast Michigan and recently moved to Southwest Michigan. I want to say the variations of the maps that draw a circle around Detroit are very aggravating and discouraging. This kind of hacking is exactly why we wanted an independent, nonpartisan commission. And I think you can do better there. The recent census data shows that 1 in 4 Michiganders are non-white. So we should have 1 out of 13 districts as being majority minority. I think you can do better there. On the other hand, over here in Southwest Michigan, I'm really encouraged by the Lake Michigan district that follows the shore. Nearly identical communities and nearly identical interests would produce a great congressional district. Likewise, the map that shows Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo together, 2 mid-sized cities, colleges, universities, similar community interests. I think that's a great idea. So keep up the good work over here, but do better in Detroit. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Amara Ansari.
Hello, hi, my name is Amara Ansari, and I wanted to take the time to thank the commission for hearing comments this morning. I'm concerned about the current proposed Congressional District 1 that divides the Muslim communities in Dearborn and Dearborn Heights from the Muslim communities in Hamtramck and Detroit. This district also spills past 8 Mile Road in the north, which is very different from the makeup of the rest of the district. Muslim communities in this area have similar intersectional struggles, including air pollution caused by AK steel, causing residents to develop cancer and asthma, repeated flooding due to their city neglect to provide these areas proper infrastructure, low-income working-class residents, lack of language access, lack of healthcare, and fear of deportation. Keeping these particular communities together is going to be crucial to serving their needs. We urge the commission not to divide these Muslim communities. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Carla Wagner.
For the viewing public, Carla Wagner is number 15. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Hi, my name is Carla Wagner, and I am from the Kent County area, north of Grand Rapids. I'm a real estate agent, and to me, it seems like we're making this way more difficult than it needs to be. The lines that are currently drawn and that we have been using for the last 10 years, it seems like if the population has shifted a little bit, we just have to realign or move those lines to accommodate the population, because we start with the census data and redistricting is to be done off the census data. When you start talking about communities of interest, I think you could ask 10 million people in Michigan and you'll get 10 million different answers. I agree, but as a real estate agent, in my experience, birds of a feather flock together. If people want to be around a particular school district, if they want to be near a church, if they want to be by the lake, that is where they're going to move. I don't think it is up to the commission yourselves to pick where people are or try to draw lines according to communities of interest. I think it's very simple. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Eric McGrath.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric McGrath, and thank you for taking the public comment. I've lived in Troy, Michigan now with my family for over 10 years, and I wanted to echo a lot of what was said initially with the in-person groups making statements. I think that Troy being lumped in with Macomb County, we share very little with that county as far as shared community and shared core values, specifically broad education. And I think Troy should be moved back in with other local areas to the south and west of our city, like Clawson, Royal Oak, Berkeley, Birmingham, Bloomfield, etc. And the focus should really be on the partisan fairness. If Troy is kept in with these Macomb counties, it will silence our votes, and we will not be heard broadly in any future election for the next 10 years. And I think it looks gerrymandered, to be honest with you. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Ivan.
For the purposes of the public record, numbers 17, 18, and 19 are not present.
That was 17 and 18
and 19.
and 19. Okay. Michael?
I'm coming. Let's see. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Michael Wise. I live in Northern Commerce Township in Oakland County. I'm a 20-year resident. My comments relate to District 10 map. I've been a Michigan licensed real estate broker and commercial real estate appraiser for 40 years. I've sold and appraised real estate all over Southeast Michigan, Oakland, Wayne, Macomb, Washtenaw counties, and all over the Thumb area and north to Flint and north of Flint. I can say I'm more informed and familiar with the demographic makeup of these areas than the average constituent. I live in the north part of Commerce. Commerce Township is about 20 miles northwest of Detroit. I am at a loss as how Commerce Township got basically split in half. In the most recent district maps, you have the northern part of Commerce split up from the southern part. Again, the northern part of Commerce is split from Wall Lake, and the south part of Commerce Township. North part of Commerce is based on the most recent maps. We're lumped in with Flint, Flushing, Lapeer, Clio, and North Branch. You have Commerce Township, which is a rapidly growing bedroom community of Detroit, lumped in with rural Genesee and Lapeer counties. Actually, Commerce is more in common with Farmington Hills, West Bloomfield, Novi than it does with Flint, Lapeer, Clio, Flushing, and North Branch. How did you come up with
Thank you
this?
for addressing the commission. Sean Mullally?
For the purposes of the public record, number 21 is not present.
Thank you. Jesse?
I'm Jesse Shavoka. I'm a resident here in Troy. I'm calling to express my concerns about the proposed district where Troy is essentially lumped in with Macomb County. I think we do not share a lot of common interests with them. I think our communities of interest lie predominantly in Oakland County, definitely more so for communities to the west and south. And I fear about the economic impact this could have on Troy. Troy is the largest economy here in Oakland County, and I think it's very important that it stays within this community. So I ask that you consider altering the map so that Troy is grouped with a different set of communities. I would just want to thank you for everything you're doing. I know this is a hard job. You can't please everybody. So thank you for doing this.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Patrick Morgan?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Excuse me. As a resident of Georgetown Township in Ottawa County, I want to thank you for your work. I want to draw your attention to map 187 that was created on September 29. Congressional District 9 is the map Georgetown and Ottawa County residents want to see adopted. This map keeps Ottawa County whole, listens to the residents like me who reside in Georgetown Township, and protects the lakeshore. The other maps try to lump my home in with Kent County. That simply isn't how we associate. I choose to live in Georgetown because I associate with the culture, community, and heritage of Ottawa County, which is distinctly different from Kent County. We consider ourselves part of the lakeshore. I'm glad to see Muskegon County and Allegan County in the same congressional district as Ottawa. These counties share natural lakeshore communities of interest while sharing strong agricultural ties that bind these communities together. Van Buren County also.
Evan Dillon.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Evan Dillon. I'm from Grand Rapids, Michigan. I just wanted to highlight how pleased I was to see the mapping of Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo together in a congressional district, as they are truly neighboring cities, just separated by 50 miles. And for anyone who is actually from West Michigan, the connectivity that exists between Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo is pretty obvious. Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo are both centers for local commerce, while also anchoring 2 of the 5 largest universities in the state, and they share so many other common interests. Additionally, in a state where many of our urban centers are losing population, both Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo are growing and developing metro areas, as evidenced in the most recent census. And just simply put, there could be no more natural alignment of 2 cities into 1 congressional district in West Michigan than the 2 cities that uniquely define West Michigan, and that's Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo. So I want to thank you all again for your hard work and for your time today.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Amanda Price.
That participant is not present.
Thank you. Francie Cook.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for your efforts. To say what you're doing, to say you have a thankless job is a gross understatement. So I applaud every one of you. My name is Francie Cook. I've been a resident of West Bloomfield for more than 30 years. I live in an area that's terribly gerrymandered. So I think that the elections need to reflect the wishes of the majority of the people who live here. And that the way to accomplish that is to create maps where the party receiving the most votes in the state gets the most seats. The fact that for the past 20 years, the party winning the popular vote only 3 times has won the majority of seats 8 times is evidence that the districts have not been drawn fairly. I really hope that you can rectify this. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to give input this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Anjali Malero.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I am a 25 years resident of Troy. And when I saw this map, I am really disappointed. Even I have my own company in Troy. And Troy should be kept as a whole in all maps because all these growing minorities community like American Asian, Pacific Islander, we need a representation. And today's map, I think I don't have any voice or any representation. So I really think that you should consider Troy keeping with other communities like other people said before, which we have a common interest, which is education, sports, or other activities. So, and I am very thankful that you have taken time to arrange this meeting and your hard work. I really appreciate your hard work, but you should consider Troy keeping as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Mark Daniel Litcherman.
That participant is not currently present. And Commissioner Kellum, could you tell us where you are attending remotely from?
Attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Thank you.
Brandy Chambers, sorry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brandy Chambers, and I am part of the organization Pontiac United. We are here to make a public comment on the redistricting, and we stand with Tamika Ramsey and Carmen Williams. Our position is our community would much better be served as a community of interest. with Oakland County communities like Urban Hills, and to the south of us, the city Southfield. In addition, for our State House district, we have much more in common with Urban Hills than Waterford, and would like to see the change in the currently drafted state Senate map. Pontiac voters are grouped up in the rural Oakland County communities. This would not be giving Pontiac a chance as representation in the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Darcy?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Darlene Marion, and I live in the city of Pontiac. I am against the redistricting of Pontiac to the north. We have nothing in common with the people going that way. The cities of Southfield and Arbor Hills are more diverse and more welcoming to the Pontiac community. I stand with Oakland Forward, and I let you know that I am against this redistricting, and I would like for them to look a different way for the city of Pontiac. And I thank you for the time. I appreciate all that you do.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Brian Millidrag?
That participant is not present.
Is Judith Millidrag available? Okay.
Hello, this is Judith Millidrag. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
And then I'd like you to go back to my husband. He is on board and he's been saying I'm here, but you're not hearing him. Okay, if you can hear me, I would just like to say that I appreciate the fact that the commission is diverse and made up of citizens representing both parties plus independents. I have nothing actually new to add as far as the specifics of the boundaries of the map. I agree with and I applaud the people that have showed up in person today to be part of this process and those remote. But I just want to say that I hope the commission continues to listen and to hear the points that were made today, and also the points that were made today, and as they continue to tweak the boundaries, that they will keep in mind that we need to the electoral districts need to not show any favoritism towards one party over another. My husband's here as well. You can call him Brian Millidrag.
Fine. Okay, so Brian Millidrag, if you want to go ahead.
Yes, I'm here. Can you see me?
I think you can just go ahead. Just talk there.
I can't, but I can hear you. So
Well, but the thing is, oh, there. Can you see me now?
yes.
Okay, so my problem really is with the way these districts are drawn. My view is that anytime I see a zigzag or something like that, it looks like more gerrymandering. In my view, the ultimate district is four lines. Now, where that's not possible because of population issues, you can maybe add a few more, but these are complicated. You grouped us all in with, Macomb County. We should be spread to the west and to the north. You should put Madison Heights back in with us. You got them in with Detroit. I'm really at a loss to understand how and why these borders were drawn. It looks like more gerrymandering, which is what the citizens of the state of Michigan said we don't want anymore. So I respectfully ask you to redraw them.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Uh-oh. Okay, so just go. Okay, so Quanzel Howerton.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, my name is Quanzel Howerton, and I'm also a part of an organization called Pontiac United. I too stand with Tamika Ramsey and Kermit Williams, and our position is that our communities would be much better served as a part of the community of interest with Oakland counties such as Auburn Hills and to the south to Southfield. And in addition, for a state house district, we have much more in common with Auburn Hills than Waterford, and would like to see that change. In the currently drafted state's Senate map, Pontiac voters are grouped with rural Oakland County communities. This would not be given a chance at fair representation in the Senate. Thank you for an opportunity to share.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Norman Clement.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I have. Thank you. Hi, Norman Clement with Detroit Change Initiative. And I know you guys have a challenging job, but I'm also standing with the folks who are in person with Troy, also with Oakland Forward. My concerns are District 6, 3, 4, 1, 2, all in the populated Southeast Michigan. It looks like when you guys drew this map, you went out of your way to jerry-rig this map. You have the golf community linked to Auburn Hills, Farmington Hills Golf Community. You went around the way of Ferndale. Also, Madison Heights linking with Hamtramck, Osborne, Grosse Pointe, and also District 4, where Troy and Clinton Township. These communities have no communities of interest whatsoever. And I implore you to redraw this map ASAP. I understand the minutes, so hopefully after this, you guys take all the time and redraw these maps to the people in the community that they need to be redrawn to. Thanks for your time. You guys are doing the tough job, but we got to start from fresh, guys. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Carol Taylor.
Hi, this is Carol Taylor.
We can hear you.
I've lived in Rochester Hills for just a couple of years, so I'm not a longtime resident, but it did make me wonder what's going on when Rochester and Rochester Hills do not end up in the same congressional district. When I go to the library, it says Rochester Hills on the building, but it's located in downtown Rochester. I live about 3 miles from downtown Rochester, so you can imagine my surprise when I visited the offices of Rochester Public Schools and found myself not really in my own backyard, but right next to it. We share parks, and this is a great place to live, and I urge you to use care in drawing maps so that Rochester and Rochester Hills are not divided. We need to encourage interdependent communities. I also want to give an amen to the people speaking about putting Pontiac with Southfield and other like communities. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Sharon Kilgore.
That participant is not present.
Thank you. Now that the first opportunity for both in-person and remote public comment has concluded, without objection, we will hear from individuals seeking to provide a second 1-minute comment. Hearing no objection, we will proceed with individuals seeking to provide a second 1-minute comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. We will use the same process as the first round. First in line to provide public comment is Mr. James Gallant.
Hello, it's James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. First, I'd like to agree with the prior speaker, Anthony, that it is completely inappropriate that you would change the rules of procedure on the same day. That's wrong. It's in the rules of procedure, 3-day notice. Your attorney told you that. I believe you're going to try to do that again later with your motion to discuss which is completely inappropriate, straw polling the whole time. And that'll probably lay dormant until the next 10 years. And then the people then will be able to make it up and figure out what this is your model you're creating, right? And I think it's completely disingenuous of Dr. Nancy Wang and the Voters Not Politicians not to come forward and explain their win at the Supreme Court cross complaint, which revived the Constitutional Commission that was already in the Constitution. And also, this is just completely inappropriate. This is the example of what Dr. Jordan Peterson talks about. Every person has an equal amount of capacity for good and evil. You're randomly selected people. You come here, you all of a sudden just band together on the outside of the rules of procedure with Duchess witches, and all of a sudden you have all these other rules, sidebar rules that supersede what you're doing here, what you were.
Mr. Gallant. Next in line is Anthony Scannell.
Thank you, Commission, for the second minute. Wow, I'm overwhelmed at the amount of negative comments received about your congressional map. And as I've stated, it's pretty much just one draft of Congress that has been worked on, and no one likes it. And on not only a community interest level, a partisan fairness, it just looks bizarre to me. And I don't know if you have other drafts of it laying around, but it seems to me only adjustments I've made to your congressional draft have been to the Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, Ottawa County kind of areas, not anywhere in Detroit. So I think what you're doing with this congressional map is beating a dead horse. I look up to that definition: to persist or continue far beyond any purpose, interest, or reason. I've been saying for weeks this congressional map is garbage, or at least needs adjustments. I think it's beyond salvaging. Sure, put it up for consideration, but put up M-Gage's map, put up AFL-CIO's map, bring your individual maps, Commissioner Eads, do an AI map, all of the above, because your one congressional draft stinks, and I don't like what it does to downriver. Puts part of it with Macomb, part of it with Jackson. It's ridiculous.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment for this morning. However, I would like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting, and commissioners also review the public comment portal on our www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever way they choose to do so, and invite you to continue sharing your thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. At this time, we are going to move on to you guys want to take a break before we start with Dr. Hanley? Is that a yeah? Okay. All right. Without objection, we're going to take a break for 10 minutes so people can get up and walk around. It is currently 10:22. Hearing no objections, we will break until 10:32. Thank you very much, everybody. As chair of the commission, I recall this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 10:41 a.m. Would the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely as well as your physical location. I will start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Kellum.
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Villette. Present. Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Department of State. Next, I'd like to move on to agenda item 5, which is partisan fairness. Without objection, I will ask our expert, Dr. Lisa Hanley, to share her metrics to be utilized in accessing complete maps. Dr. Hanley, please proceed.
Okay, can you hear me now? Good.
Yes, we can.
Hello, it's great to be back here again. I am so in awe of all of your hard work. I know how hard this is, and you guys have been working so hard at this. And now I'm going to, tell you what I came here for. First of all, the first thing I was going to do and plan to do in the next hour is present some political fairness scores for some of the plans that you've drawn already. And then it may be the case and it may not. Sue and Kim are going to work this out. The functionality for the software is almost ready, if not ready, so that we can add this to the redistricting software package so you can run the political fairness reports whenever you have a plan that you want to run it on. This could be up and operational by the end of today, or it may be that Kim gives it to you on Monday, but it's very, very close for you to be able to do this. And John wants to comment.
Yeah,
on that.
I just want to add, we expect the update to be fully functional in the software, but we have the ability to show what Dr. Hanley needs right now. So we'll be showing that momentarily.
Executive Director Hammersmith.
And I also talked with Kim about this issue early yesterday morning, again, and he indicated that over the weekend, if commissioners are drawing plans and you want them assessed for partisan fairness, if you send those shape files to him, he will do that. So if you have something over the weekend that you want that assessment on, just send that the shape file right to Kim and he will take care of that for you.
Thank you, Executive Director. Commissioner Witches.
I take it this requires another update with MDOS, correct?
Through the chair.
That's my understanding.
That is correct. It would require DTMB downloading an updated version of the software. Yes.
From what I understand, I myself have not seen the software report, but from what I understand, what you're going to see today in the Excel sheets that Ryan and I created last week, it will look very similar, so that we're not wasting our time today going through these Excel sheets. I think it will look very similar when it's operating in your redistricting software. So I can't move away from the microphone. Okay. You'll recall that the Constitution says districts shall not provide disproportionate advantage to any political party. A disproportionate advantage to a political party shall be determined using accepted measures of partisan fairness. And we've talked about this at least twice before, and I've outlined for you the measures that are going to be incorporated into the software package and that you will have access to next week. when you update your software package. I am going to talk about three measures. Well, I'm going to talk about seats, votes, ratios, but then the three measures that I talked about earlier: lopsided margins, mean, median, and the efficiency gap. Those are the three measures plus seats, votes that we're going to look at. And we're going to look at this beginning with the existing Senate plan, because I believe that there is a Senate plan, and John's going to show you the options.
By existing, you mean the one that the commission has drafted.
I'm sorry. Yes. We're going to look at your draft Senate plan first, because it seems clearest which plan it is that is complete. And we're going to talk about the measures. I want you to remember that these partisan fairness measures only take into account election results. It doesn't take into account equal population. It doesn't take into account any VRA concerns. It doesn't take into account communities of interest. We are just looking at election results. And even more than that, we're looking at projected election results. So partisan fairness measures were developed by social scientists looking for the most part at existing districts and looking at what the election results in those existing districts did relative to the statewide vote, for example. So you have a series of partisan gerrymandering cases in which existing congressional districts, for example, were challenged. And you could look at the actual congressional election results, and you could look at the statewide results, and you can make some determinations. What we're doing here is different. What we're trying to do is guess or project what the election results will look like under the plans that you drew, because of course, no elections have occurred in them. So social scientists have developed ways of guesstimating how these election results will look under your plans. And I've chosen one of them, and it's called the composite index. And I'm going to have John first bring up the proposed Senate plan, and then we're going to look at the composite index in the active matrix. And I'm going to talk about how I did this. Now, it's going to be slightly different than, for example, if you went to Plan Score. Plan Score is going to do their predictive model slightly different. The same with the Princeton Election Lab. Their prediction model is going to be slightly different. My understanding is, for example, that one of those uses just the presidential race. Our composite score is a little more complex than that. Can you bring up, first, let's choose, yes, absolutely.
And because it's more complex, therefore, you're also suggesting that it might be more accurate. Is that also fair to say?
Let me tell you the pluses and the minuses. I think it's a reflection of the decade. If you believe that the decade is trending one way or the other, then you might want to use more recent elections. But you can do that. We're going to put in the composite score, but I will show you that any of those 13 statewide elections can be put into the program. So, and this is hypothetical, let's say you believe that the state is trending Democrat over time, and you believe that 2018 might be more accurate than a look over the entire decade. You can choose 2018 elections. You can choose any one of the 13 elections that's in your matrix, in your active matrix. That's how the report will work. Now, I'm going to work today off the composite score. What the composite score is, it's looking across all 13 elections, and it is weighting each election cycle equally. So because there are, for example, 4 elections in 2014 and 4 elections in 2018. Each of the elections have been weighted slightly less so that each election cycle weighs the same over time. 2012, 14, 16, 18, and 20 all weigh the same in this composite score. Again, if you believe that there's trending over time, you can choose more recent elections and run the same thing. The computer will do it for you. Okay, so this is the Senate plan. Maybe John will explain.
Yes, I just want to be clear, since we may be looking at multiple plans today, I want to be clear which one we're referencing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the website where these plans have been published. So down here on this screen, this is a web browser for the My Districting website. And we have one plan here that says Complete Senate Plan. And the reference here is 16A Senate District. So I'm using that one. I've imported it into my Autobound and I've given it that name, and that is the plan. So I'm representing it's the same one that you see publicly. So if we reference other plans today, I would encourage us to be clear about what we're doing. So again, this is the Senate plan. It's the only one that I'm aware of that you have a complete Senate plan.
Okay, so you can see over on the left hand, the composite score I just mentioned. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, so what we're used to here is this is the overview tab. These are the normal tabs that you have in your software. And then all the way over, we have the statewide races. And what's different is instead of just having the statewide races, there's this composite score. And we'll talk, Dr. Hanley will talk about what's in this composite score here. But these numbers are larger than, for example, the election results. And she'll explain what that means and how it's done.
Okay, so this composite score will show up anytime you load a plan, just like the recompiled election results. As I said, we weighted this so that each election cycle makes up 1/5 of the total votes here. We need votes rather than just percentages. And so that's how we did this. Okay, so what we're going to do today is a little bit different than what you will do. You will be able to just go to the report function. We're going to take this and we're going to bring it into an Excel sheet that will do all the calculations for us. So this is the only step that hopefully you won't have to do. So he's just cutting and pasting out our composite votes for the Dems and the Republicans and putting it into this Excel sheet.
And then I'm going to just save it so we have this as an Excel file we can reference back to.
Commissioner Witches.
Is there a way that we can move the Zoom stuff out of the way from the screens that are all in front of us?
Now we put this into the first tab. I'm not really sure what your reporting function will look like. It will calculate everything the same. It may show up on a single sheet, but the way that we've devised this Excel sheet is here is our lopsided margins. You'll remember that I told you that lopsided margins are an indication of packing. If one party is winning by much larger margins than the other party, it means that that party has been packed into districts. So if a district, in this particular example, for example, if you look at columns G and H, in column G, we have the winning percentages of the districts won by Democrats. And in H, we have the winning percentage of the districts won by Republicans. These are just based on the composite score and the Senate plan that you drew. And over to the right, you will see the average winning margin. Not sure why there's two there. The average winning margin for the Democrats and for the Republicans.
Sorry, I just froze the top column, so that's not two, it's one.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I see that. Okay. So the Democrats are winning on average by a margin of 64.5 and the Republicans by 57.7. This gives you a lopsided margin in favor of the Republicans of 6.9%. This means we have more packed Democratic districts than Republican, and you can look down the line and you can see this. You can see 81, 75, 84, 73, 75. And so that's what's happening here. And you can even see what districts are heavily Democratic by just following the 81.7 over. You can see that District 8 is heavily Democratic. I want to caution you, it is sometimes the case, it is often the case, that districts drawn for voting rights purposes will have a higher number of Democrats in them. If that is a voting rights compliant district, it might have a higher number and there's not that much you can do about it. If that's not what that is, then that's a district you might want to revisit because you've packed Democrats in that district. And please ask questions as we go along.
Commissioner Witches?
Couldn't one make the argument that that could happen naturally based on where individuals live?
It could. And the way that you will determine that is you'll go back and you'll look at that district. And if you can't change it, you'll know that and you will be able to defend it.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Commissioner Eid?
If I know this is just one of the three numbers that we're going to go over, but all of them are using this composite score that weighs every election in the past decade equally.
That's correct.
Do you think there would be a big change if we instead weighed more recent elections slightly with a little bit more weight than maybe like a 2010 election 10 years ago?
What we could do is we could put in, for example, the 2020 presidential race. We could even redo the weighting system if I had some reason to believe it should be reweighted. But I think the better way to do this was actually choose more recent elections and see what happens and see how it affects us. And again, when you have this tool, you can play around with it and make this determination. And again, we could revisit, but I have no reason to believe that the composite score should change, but I haven't studied Michigan election results and looked at projections. So you have this ability to choose any statewide election that you would like, with the caveat that it has to be in the state. Well, all of the statewide elections are actually in the matrix, so you can choose those. And you have to have a complete plan. This can only be done off of a complete plan.
Okay. Commissioner Rothorn?
So what I'm thinking about is as we arrive on Monday and we've drawn different maps, and what I'm thinking about is defending our maps, legally defending them. And should we agree as a commission to do that with the whole decade, right? Because it might be more defensible, right? So that we're comparing when we're on Monday comparing our maps with each other, right? So that we have apples to apples just with this lopsided margin test? Or is it reasonable to say we will somehow, should we consider that?
I have chosen the most conservative way of doing this, and this is how I have seen a number of social scientists do it.
Mr. Chair.
I would again remind you that you can put in other election results. If you put in the 2020 presidential and saw that it scored quite a bit different, you could, I don't know if the entire commission would agree to this, but you could just make sure that you look at all recent elections. This would be up to you. We could actually, I, as a political scientist, could also study the question. I have not actually looked at what would happen if we put in the president. But I mean, there's no reason we couldn't do it right now if you wanted to see what happened.
Thank you. I think our general counsel had a thought too. Is that true?
I can't see over there. I've got this big screen in front of me.
Mr. Vice Chair, my comment was going to be that that as Dr. Hanley indicated, her measures and the composite score and how she's weighted them equally, it is the most conservative way to approach these figures. And my thought would be that to encourage the commission to defer to their expert on these matters.
Thank you, General Counsel.
Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Orton.
Dr. Hanley, what I understand you're saying is we should use the composite index. And then if we want to do further research into partisan fairness, we go down to specific elections.
I would use the composite index, and I would not rely on a single election unless I had a very good reason to. At this point, I don't have any very good reason to rely on any single election.
Commissioner Orton, and then I have a question after her.
So the composite, meaning all statewide elections within the last decade.
That's correct.
Including the presidential election.
That's correct.
So would you be able to quickly, I don't know how you do it, compare that so that you would understand if taking out the most recent presidential election makes a difference, so we could know whether we want to include all of them or not?
No, that's not what I'm suggesting. So the composite score will stay the way the composite score is. What you could do is you could look at each election individually and see if it makes a difference. So I wouldn't take something out of the composite score. I would say you might want to look at more recent elections to see how it compares to the composite score. And if it makes a difference, then.
So the choice is all or one individually?
Individually, but of course you could run the composite and then you could run each of the 13 and compare them.
I understand. Thank you.
So in terms of what lopsided is measuring, if I understand this correctly, it's mostly related to the fact that we have, in this case, Democratic districts where the percentage of Democratic voters are very high. So 80%, 84%, whereas the Republicans tend to be closer races, so maybe 55, 60%. So just thinking from a perspective of adjusting things, if we decide to do that, our goal with making those adjustments should be to reduce that very high percentage for either party, depending on the maps, correct? So bring it more down to like 55, 60 versus 85. Is that kind of the goal?
With the caveat that was already pointed out by Commissioner Witches, that is, it may not be possible, number one, and number two, it may be that you have a Voting Rights Act district, and we do expect those to be higher, but I would certainly look and see what's happening in that district.
So we have a constitutional ranking of criteria. So, Voting Rights Act, communities of interest, and then we get to partisan fairness. So keeping in mind that those other ones are ranked higher, the adjustments have to take that into account before we start adjusting. But again, the goal would be to bring those percentages down a little bit if we could otherwise do so, taking into account 1, 2, 3 first, right?
I would say that's a legal question.
Not surprising. I'm a lawyer.
So, Madam Chair, the lopsided margin's going to direct it, and as you can tell from Mr. Morgan's screen, it will show you by district, direct you where to look. I would note where John's the cell that's highlighted right now with district that just moved 8, the 81%. That is one of the districts that the federal court initially held was partisan gerrymandered, again, before the Russo case negated all of that. So I think what you're going to find today, and a lot of the data that I'll be able to provide to put into context what Dr. Handley is saying, those connections are going to become very evident in the numbers.
Thank you, General Counsel. Mr. Morgan?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, this District 8 I think is different from the districts that were adjudicated in court.
Mr. Morgan, thank you so much. Yes, that's very true. I have a different thing on my screen. So thank you very much for saying that. But yes, the lopsided margin test is going to direct the commission where it needs to go to do the analysis and see if there's adjustments that need to be made relative to the partisan composition of that particular district. And we're looking at the map that the commission has drawn for the Senate.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
So let's assume we take a look at all these districts as is, and we say they're acceptable based on population, where people live and so forth. Is that 6.9% margin or finding acceptable at that point? And if not, what should be acceptable?
So the courts haven't drawn any sort of bright line for any of this. And they would never, probably, at least I wouldn't, rely on a single score. We're going to go through 3 scores and we're going to look at the seats votes ratio. So no court, in my opinion, but I'm not a lawyer, would say, oh, this is too high. We're going to throw you out. They're going to look at all of those measures. And we have only 4 measures here. And there are other measures out there. I chose the 4 that were the easiest to put into an Excel sheet and the easiest to explain. If you went to Plan Score, they also have the efficiency gap and the mean median difference, but they have other scores as well, like symmetry, that gets a little more complex and that you can't really do in an Excel sheet easily. So no court is going to make a decision on any single score. This is not on the far left or the far right of the distribution. This isn't absolutely horrible, but it's high. And I would definitely encourage you to look at those districts and make sure that you can defend them if you can't change them. But this is only looking at packing, right? And this is only one measure. So maybe we should, unless you have more questions about this.
Excuse me.
Oops.
I just wanted to jump in quickly, and certainly the legal team agrees that with what Dr. Hanley was saying, the courts have not picked a specific fixed number that you must work towards X. We certainly agree as well that the measures that are included match up with the constitutional requirement for broadly accepted measures, certainly by the court. So yes, there are other measures, but these measures are measures that we have concluded based on court decisions that the courts look to favorably. But it is really important, as Dr. Handley said, to realize there is no magic number in this area, which is still a relatively new area compared to like the Voting Rights Act analysis, for example. Thank you.
Yeah, you've always consistently said to us, Dr. Hanley, that we have to look at multiple measures, and And from day one, you've said that to us. It's just now we're looking at one type of approach. You got to look at multiple ones.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think that's correct. And I don't know of any court that hasn't looked at more than one measure. And this is for a very specific purpose. This is for looking for PAC districts. So there are other things like the efficiency gap that look at more than that. Okay. So let's go to the efficiency gap. And the reason I'm going there is it's also looking at packed districts, but it's also looking at cracked districts. If you'll remember, it's looking at the number of wasted votes, and those are both votes cast in excess to what is needed to win and losing votes. So if you're losing a lot of districts by a little amount, that's cracking. If you're winning districts by a large amount, that's packing. And the efficiency gap tries to get at both of those. So we can see columns B and C again are our composite index. And then we're going to go over and we're going to look at in columns E and F, the number of votes that were cast for the losing column, for the losing candidate. So, for example, in District 1, the Republican lost. So those are all 734. I can't see it. It's over. Anyway, all of those are wasted votes because they were cast for a losing candidate, right? So if you go over to the surplus column for H, those are the number of votes cast over what was needed in B to win. So it's calculating both of those things for us. Anything over 50% is considered surplus. And we've done that for all 38 districts, and we've added up the surplus plus the waste plus the lost votes, and we've compared how the two parties fared in what are called wasted votes. So wasted votes are surplus plus lost votes for each party compared. Okay. And so the percentage of wasted votes for the Democrats is 29.18, and for the Republicans, it's 20.82. So we have an efficiency gap for the proposed Senate plan of 8.4%.
Madam Chair. So we're talking about the efficiency gap for the proposed state Senate plan that the commission, the MICRC has drawn. And we're in complete agreement that the courts have not set a number for this measure. What we can use is, again, we have the League of Women Voters versus Benson case, which was a partisan gerrymandering case where the federal court held certain, and I would offer that we look at them as ranges just to give an idea to the commission of what the numbers looked like in the past. So for the Senate district, and just to be clear that where this information has come from was from the federal court's opinion that was issued April 25th of 2019. So in that opinion, the plaintiffs, the plaintiffs experts, they had 3 experts, and for the efficiency gap for the Senate, anything more than a negative 16.6, which was characterized as heavily partisan. And that number was looking at the 2012 through 2016 statewide elections only. So again, this is a negative benchmark as how far to go. I know what we're looking at is the positive number. Unfortunately, the maps that the old maps, or the current maps, I should say, that the state has, all the numbers were running in the negative. But for the efficiency gap of 8.4, that is also above the goal where the commission would want to be. So we have, again, it's using these metrics, trying to go back in and make those adjustments to have an impact on these scores would be advisable.
So what the efficiency gap is doing is telling us the difference. So it depends on whether you subtract Republicans from Democrats or the other way around as to whether you get a negative number. We've decided to make it easy, actually, and just tell you with this. So I don't think you get any negative numbers. I think it's just reflected that it's a Republican bias, because it will show up different. Like if you go to the one website, it will take Republicans and subtract it from Democrats. And if you go to another website, it would be the opposite. So the sign doesn't matter. It's the difference, the size of the difference. So as I understand what Julianne just said, the size of the difference was 16 something. So you're half of what was the case in the court case, in the partisan gerrymandering court case. You're not at 0, but you're not at 16 either. I don't know how the court did it.
Thank you, Dr. Hanley. I think what I neglect to say is 0 is your goal. So if it's the further you get from 0 on either direction is what the commission wants to be sensitive to.
Is 0 possible?
Yeah, but and I'll let Dr. Hanley qualify the 0 and put the 0 in context, because that is critical.
It is possible. It might not be possible if you have a whole lot of other criteria that you want to consider, but mathematically it's certainly possible. And there have been plans that come in at near 0. However, you've got other concerns here to deal with. So I'm not saying that you could do that here, but especially, again, you've got the Voting Rights Act and other things that you have to consider. But certainly lower scores are possible.
So I have a follow-up question or thought to that. So I'm thinking, as we're talking about this is what we've been waiting for. We're glad you're here. So as we're talking about this, I'm trying to think in my mind, then how do we use this information? It sounds like 0 would be ideal, but we have total population, Voting Rights Act. We have, our constitutional criteria are ranked 1, 2, and 3. So we have to take communities of interest into effect as well. And then partisan fairness. How do we do all that in a ranked order is what I am not sure on.
Again, this is probably a legal question more, but it seems to me the Constitution does prioritize for you, and you know what comes first and what comes next. I would try and get these numbers down, but if I found that I couldn't do it because of voting rights concerns much, it may be the case that, certainly you could defend something in court that you said, for example, I can't get it to 0 because there are a lot of Democrats in some of these districts that are drawn for voting rights purposes. Now,
excuse me, if we could just expand on that a minute. I think, Commissioner Warden, this is similar to what we were doing with the Voting Rights Act compliance, that it's testing to see what can work. And we certainly agree with you that you have ranked priority criteria. I think it's been explained that, as Dr. Hanley said, 0, as you said, might be ideal But that's not a legal benchmark requirement. So working towards the commission's, working forward, as Dr. Hanley said, to try to reduce the margin that's reflected on the screen will involve trial and error, compromises. We'll certainly be talking about the ranked criteria and what the priorities are, but we certainly concur that the score can be lowered. How far it can be lowered, of course, is yet to be determined, and that's going to be, of course, up to the commission. So we will be continuing that trial and error process that we really locked into gear this week. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to mean median difference. This looks at the mean of the district votes, going across all the districts, the mean vote and the median. If the median is lower than the mean, the party who has the median that is lower than the mean is advantaged. It's a skewed distribution. This is sort of a statistical rule, but what it means is that the party with the median district being lower than the mean district means it needs fewer votes to gain more seats. So up here you see the median percentage for Dems and Republicans, and you see the difference. And it's a gap of 3.6, again in favor of the Republicans.
Madam Chair?
Yes. General
For the,
Counsel.
again, going back to our League of Women Voters versus Benson case, just to provide the commission with additional information. For the Senate, the mean median difference range would be from a negative 6.1 up to 5.97. So this number is actually within that range. Yeah, it's actually right in the middle. Mr. Edelson is correct, right in the middle. So again, that would be that information from the case. Thank you.
I should have, John pointed out where I'm getting these scores from. So if you look at columns F and G, we've sorted the districts by the percentage of votes they received. And we're just taking the median of that sort. I mean, the mean, of course, is the same, whichever column, but you're taking the median from that sort, and you're taking the mean, the district mean from all of the districts, and you're comparing them. Again, if the median is lower than the mean, that means you need fewer votes to win districts. Any questions about this one? This and the efficiency gap, I think you see on most of the websites and most of the court cases. These are the really common measures that you will see.
Madam Chair?
Yes, General Counsel, and then Commissioner Orton.
I wanted to just briefly highlight again that the range numbers that I'm providing were from what the court and the experts calculated in the past. They were not looking at the number of elections that Dr. Handley has examined, providing the commission with its analysis of its maps. Again, it's a snapshot in time from that period of time for the elections that were looked at then. So you're going to, again, that's why I'm couching it as just to give you an idea of what the court was saying in the past. But it is not the hard and fast threshold for now. Because there's different information, and Dr. Handley has looked at a broader range and more statewide elections.
So General Counsel, would you mind repeating for me? I know you said the mean median is negative 6.1 through 5.17, but could you repeat from the League of Women Voters for the efficiency gap and lopsided margins, what those ranges were?
Madam Chair, lopsided margins was not examined by the experts. They did some symmetry calculations and other measures. The efficiency gap was again captured as or provided as a negative 13.2. I would note that that is the lowest, or the lowest negative number. It went all the way up to almost 20%, a negative 20% in some calculations. So, but 13.2, negative 13.2 was the efficiency gap. Oh, wait, for 16.6 for Senate. We're in the Senate, 16.6.
16.6.
And that was looking at 2012 to 2016 statewide elections. Almost 20% in just looking at the 2014 election. Dr. Hanley mentioned how you can look at individual elections. So you see the difference between those two numbers. For looking at 2012 to 2016, Dr. Chen found negative 16.6. Looking at just 2014, Dr. Warshaw concluded almost 20%, negative 20% efficiency gap. Is that helpful, Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Orton, you had a question?
You're saying those numbers are for the current plan?
No, the numbers that I'm citing, Commissioner Orton, and for, to be very clear, these numbers are lifted out of the 2019 federal court opinion in the League of Women Voters case that was challenging, alleging that districts in Michigan were partisan gerrymandered. And again, we've had the Russo case since then. We've had, but I thought it would be helpful for the commission to have an idea of what the court held at that time as being, the federal court held at that time as being indicative of a partisan gerrymander. So they wouldn't, Dr. Handley has additional elections, and that's what she's basing her numbers off of. I'm just highlighting in 2019, when this was concluded, that was what the court concluded at that time.
So can we know what the mean median score is for the current plan?
Dr. Hanley has it right on the screen, 3.6%.
This is our plan.
This is your plan.
I mean,
You mean the old, like the old
yeah.
plans, the ones we're redoing?
Yeah.
From the 2010, the mean median was 5.9, according to the court opinion. The mean median difference for the Senate plan of the challenged maps was 5.97, and the court concluded it was, quote, a large pro-Republican bias at 5.97%.
Let me explain a couple of things. When you have a partisan gerrymandering suit, like the Michigan suit, they looked at actual election results. So they were looking at what, if the Congress was being sued, they would look at congressional districts. We have a composite index that we're trying to, now I actually took the composite index and I did this for the existing plans, and it would look slightly different than what is being described, because what is being described, what was being challenged in the court cases were the actual elections for that office in those districts. And if you're interested, at some point, I could tell you what the composite scores for those, using the composite index, what the scores were for those. And I can pull those up and tell you at some point. But different elections produce different scores. So I do have those. So the mean, the positive and the negative just depends on which party you subtract from the other party. You're always just interested in the difference. So the way that we've set these up, and I'm sure it'll be the same in the report, is it will tell you who is being advantaged. Because of course, like I said, some social scientists will say we're going to just subtract the Dems from the Republicans. Others do it the other way. So you don't know who is being favored by the negative or the positive number. So we're just reporting the difference here. Okay. And in fact, I think it works differently. So here, if you have a positive number, it's to your disadvantage. But on the efficiency gap, it works the other way around. So just pay attention to the, not to the sign, but to the size of the difference.
And the number here represents all 38 districts.
It's a summary of all 38 districts.
3.6% represents.
That's correct. Again, if you just look, it's taken the average of F and giving you the average, and then it's giving you the mean of F, of column F. So for the mean of those 38 districts and the mean of those 38 districts. And do they not have I think they have a memo that describes, if you forget after I leave, you have a memo that describes how each of these are calculated. And it might even be on the website. I'm not sure.
Madam Chair? Thank you. It is on the website as well as the PowerPoint that Dr. Hanley provided. And both of those are available on the commission's website, and we'll make sure to recirculate it to all commissioners. I also wanted Dr. Hanley to offer some words on if the commission makes adjustments based on the lopsided margins measures, could that impact, or what impact could that have on the mean median advantage that's displayed?
There's less of a correlation between the lopsided margins and mean median as there is between the lopsided margins and the efficiency gap. So it's efficiency gap, because you'll remember part of that was surplus votes. That's half of how you calculate the efficiency gap. So there's more of there's a correlation across all of these, but lopsided margins is more likely to impact what you see with the efficiency gap than with the mean median difference. But it will fixing the lopsided margins will impact all of the scores. Now, the final tab I have here, unless there are more questions. I'm sorry. I can't.
Move ahead. Yep.
Is the seats votes ratio. So here we can see, this is the composite score again. So this isn't based on any real election. The composite score is 52.3 for no, okay. So in the proposed Senate plan, the Dems on the composite score get 52.3% of the vote and 47.4% of the seats. So you have a proportionality balance that disfavors the Dems by 4.9%. And of course, it would always be the mirror opposite for the other party, which is why we're not going to report negatives and positives. We're just going to talk about the difference. So that is the Senate plan. And we can look at the congressional plan. We have to look at the list and see which one you want to look at. Well, we can look at more than one. The way that we have to do this is that until you have it up on your machine, we will be pulling the plans up, taking the data from the active matrix and putting it into the Excel sheets. I suggest that we look at the congressional plan, a congressional plan. You'll pick the one from the list. We'll look at a collaborative congressional plan, a House plan, and then if there are additional plans that you want to look at and we have time, we can look at those. If we don't have time to look at them, you can still get them scored, of course. Is that what you would like to do, or do you have something else in
No,
mind?
so we can look at one of the congressional plans. Which ones do you want to look at, Commissioner Witches? Do you have an idea?
I was going to suggest the latest one that we worked on collaboratively that had Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids together. And Commissioner Lang and myself, we were working in that particular area, getting the counties adjusted. I don't know, I can't remember what date it is.
I was going to say, do you know what the plan number is? Right, look. Mr. Morgan?
So I think one way to do this is, and you can do this on your own as well if you're on the website, we could quickly open the plan and you could say, yes, that's the one we want to look
I
at.
believe it's
found it.
92921 V1 CD.
Yep. it
I
is.
believe that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to
It's
open this
number
on,
187.
okay, I'm going to open this on the website so that you can see it and confirm that this is the one you want me to load in.
That is indeed the one, yes.
Okay, so now I'm going to download that shape file. Give me a moment to process that.
While he's doing that, if you have any additional questions, now would be a good time to ask them. We have a little bit of time.
Commissioner Eid?
Well, this is very useful because I think now we know, right, the work that we need to do as a commission in order to get these numbers closer to zero. Because, zero, this is the only real objective measure we have to determine what is fair because it's court accepted. So I think, Commissioner Orton asked, how do we do this, right? And I think what we need to do is together, find a way to get this closer to zero while still fulfilling those other requirements that we have, VRA, one person, one vote, communities of interest. And I think there is, we might have to get a little creative, but I think there is a way to do that. And having this data, we kind of know where to look now. So thank you.
Well, hopefully, starting next week, you can do this anytime you have a completed plan that you want to look at. You will be able to do it yourself on your software. I apologize that it's taken so long for this to happen. I'm so sorry that it's taken this long. But on the other hand, you had to actually have completed plans to run this. You understand that this should not be run on incomplete plans. And in fact, the template is set up, and I think the report will also be set up. You have to have the right number of districts, which doesn't, you have plans, and if you're tinkering with them, an hour later, you can put it back into it. You just have to make sure that you have 38 Senate districts, et cetera.
Yeah, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I would suggest that we take a look at this congressional plan and then go to the one that Rebecca submitted with the changes, and also the one
No,
Anthony
congressional.
submitted, and then compare the three just to get a sense of where we're at.
I like that idea. I think that would help also the public understand that we do have more than one congressional plan, and that and I think we need to refresh our memory and get a sense of that. That'd be helpful.
Okay, I'll have that plan up in just a moment.
And Commissioner Eid, I'm assuming 2B is your most recent one. You've got two on here. One's 2A and one's 2B.
So 2A and 2B are essentially the same map. The only real difference is in 2A, Midland is included with the Tri-City area. In 2B, Midland is not included in the Tri-City area. And I put both of those out because I know that's been an area of contention that I thought we might want to discuss as a commission. The one I'd more like to look at is 2A.
When you say, I'm sorry, can I ask a question? Do you have an incomplete plan?
No, they're all
They're-
complete. Yeah, he just
I
has like two
misunderstand.
versions, like one with one city in and one with one city out. Go ahead, Mr. Morgan.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, I put on the screen, I uploaded the plan from the website, and at the top here, I have the correct information, and I also added the 187 as a reference. So this is the plan. It's been imported from the website.
Yep, Dustin and Rhonda. Yep.
Headers off.
So Dr. Hanley, are you with us after lunch as well?
I have a 5 o'clock flight and a rental car to return.
Okay. So what time were you planning on leaving?
You probably know better than me.
You're going to Metro? So you need an hour there and an hour to check in. So at least 3 o'clock.
Oh, I'm going to
Yeah,
be
then-
nervous.
then, yeah, that's really pushing it. Yeah. I'm just wondering if since we have you here, if it might be useful. Most of us have ordered food. If it might be useful for us to just go to 12:30 and we can sort of eat and then get you out of here by 12:30 and look, because I'm just worried we're going to not be able to look at all these maps within the next 20 minutes. That's all I'm thinking. So are you open?
You don't need me here to look at the maps anymore.
Okay, so we can just
because
have John
John
run
will pull the maps up and you can
Okay.
look at the scores.
Okay, all right. Fantastic.
But I'll be here until at least 2. So
Okay.
why don't we look at what we can while I'm here? And
Okay.
then John, I mean, I don't know if you want to map today or just look at old maps or whatever, but you don't need me at some point.
Well, there's lots of things I'd like to do today, but thank you. Okay, Mr. Morgan. So this is he's pulling the active matrix into a spreadsheet to look at. Is that correct?
What we're about to do.
Okay.
He's going to take the votes from the composite score in these columns and move them.
Your
over.
microphone's not on.
Sorry. So he's taking he's brought the plan into the GIS software and it's calculated the composite scores for him. Now he's moving them manually over to the Excel sheet. When you have this capability in your software, you will not have to do this, but he's moving it over now to the template. And this is identical to the other one, except it's built on 13 congressional districts as opposed to 38 Senate districts, which is why there are different templates. It just has to do with the number of districts. So here we are with the congressional plan. We're at the lopsided margins. We have we have an average winning margin for Dems that's higher than it is for Republicans. But I see at least 2 districts that I would revisit, and that would be District 1 and District 2 that are very heavily Democratic. And they might be voting rights districts. So you might need to think about that. Again, you're balancing criteria. So, okay, let's look at the efficiency gap. What's going on?
Just taking one step back for the people on the Zoom meeting. I don't think they saw the split screen that I brought up. So this is District 1 and 2 on the map. I just wanted to point that out, and then I'll move back to the spreadsheet view.
You asked me if you could get closer to 0. Wow. Wow. I haven't seen that. Okay, let's look at what plan we're looking at. Your collaborative, and you didn't even have election results.
I was actually just going to make that point, Madam Chair, that the commission drew for VRA compliance in the districts that, remember, we had districts that were packed, significantly packed, that the commission unpacked. Thank you, Commissioner Lett. So the commission achieved this without because it couldn't, because of the constitutional criteria, achieve this without looking at election data statewide.
This is the first time I've seen this, and this is really impressive. And you did it without looking at election results. Well done. Okay. Okay. Let's go to our mean median difference. Low. Our seats votes ratio. Oh, am I?
John, can you go back to that for 1
Yeah,
second?
I'm
so
sorry.
I can write it down. Yeah, I'm just trying to create a chart to compare. So mean median is 2 point.
You really had no idea what you were doing?
Well, if you listen to the public, we still don't.
This is really impressive. Aren't you pleased?
Yes,
Or did
thank
you want
you.
more work?
No, it feels good to hear it. Thank you.
Okay. And the seats votes ratio, if everyone's
Yep,
done
we're
with
ready.
these. And look at this, the majority party gets a majority of the seats. I don't know. I shouldn't express a legal opinion, but a political scientist would be impressed. Okay.
All right.
And now you get to pick a house plan?
Well, I think we want to do 2 more congressional and
Oh,
kind of do them
okay.
side by side. So Commissioner Eads map, which one did you say you wanted? The first one, the A?
2A.
2A.
Okay, and again, just for reference, I want to point out that
4%
I'm going to download this from here. It's 188 2A, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to open it and just confirm. All right, so Commissioner Reed, this is what you are looking to download?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
$188, right? 188.
John, there's one small
Yep.
voting precinct that it wouldn't let me unassign. Could you
187,
fix
yeah.
that real quick before running it?
And that's
Yeah, let me load it
KZ
first.
year. Mhm. Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to present this map to the rest of the commission yet, but it was an update to the previous map I did 2 weeks ago and incorporated some of the feedback that y'all gave me into it to make it closer to the collaborative map. So we can go over it later if y'all like.
Okay, if I may, this is the plan downloaded from the website and it's brought up in the Audubon Edge here.
Yes.
So it looks like it's what you wanted. And you said you wanted to look for an unassigned area?
Yeah, just on the Battle Creek area between District 6 and 7, it did that overlap thing that it does sometimes where it tried to assign it to both. So can you just zoom in on that real quick? Yeah, that actually zoom out a tad. So that whole precinct, part of Battle Creek, that should be with 6. That whole, yeah. Can you actually just assign that whole township to 6? That's what I meant. Yeah, exactly. And then you can run the numbers. Perfect. That's the plan.
So I'm saving the plan with that adjustment. And you want me to copy the election composite into the spreadsheet?
Yeah, I want to see the accepted measures of partisan fairness that we're using.
Okay, I uploaded it into the partisan fairness spreadsheet.
Just go through the tabs here. We have a lopsided margins of 4%. And it's District 13, 12 and 13, but especially 13 that are giving us the higher margins. Yeah. Okay, and then let's look at the efficiency gap. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're even a little bit lower. We're at 0.5%. And then the mean median difference, low, 2.3%. And finally, the seats votes ratio, low. And again, we get the Democrats with the majority of the vote getting a majority of the seats. So another good plan. In terms of the political fairness measures, I don't know anything about any of these. I'm just commenting on political fairness.
It's kind of funny. The lopsided margin test and the votes ratio were the same for both of the past two that we looked at.
And again, there are reasons why you might have lopsided margins.
Yeah, John, can you pull up mine and we'll look at that one and then we can move on?
Okay, again, I just want to bring up the website so we can confirm which one you want.
Yeah, it's 191. And this one, I have not partisan balance. So this is more VRA compliant was my focus on this one. So I'm really looking forward to these numbers because then I know how I can balance it because I'm almost positive there's two districts that are really high.
Okay, so again, just to confirm, this is the 191.
Yes.
I want to make sure that with that seats votes ratio, but even if it were the Republicans that won the seat, the idea would be that if they won the majority, then the seats votes ratio, what we're looking at is that the majority wins the most seats, correct?
Yes. So sort of a golden rule of sort of social scientists is you would want the party with a majority of the votes to get a majority of the seats. Now, in single member districts, it is quite possible for a majority of the votes to produce more than a majority of the seats. So it's hard to get proportionality, exact proportionality. You guys got really close, but there is a bias in single member district seats such that a majority of the votes quite often produces slightly more than a majority of the seats.
So with that sort of, I'm sorry, John, just the last piece is, so is there a way for us to know, again, because of the science behind it, is there a way for us to know that in the state of Michigan that there are more Democrats in the state, for example, or that there are more Republicans, or is it only based on the districts that we draw?
No, these are all based on the election results. So you have the composite election results that's showing you that there are more Dems than Republicans. And then you have the 13 statewide elections, and you can go through each one and determine. And so it may be the case, probably it's the case in earlier elections that you had more Republican votes than Democratic votes. I'm not really sure.
John might.
Yeah, I was just going to clarify, based on this discussion, as I understand it, the numbers of the Republican and Democrat votes in the composite index won't change. So each plan is going to be using that same number for comparison to the ratio.
Yes, until you start talking about average district size. So, for example, if you're talking about an average, the mean median is the average of the district, not the statewide average, if you see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So yes, it would change a little bit.
Okay, on the mean median, but like when you're saying the state is Democratic or something like that, you're looking at the composite votes to come up with that number.
What I'm saying is that you look at election results. So the composite score shows that over the decade, the composite says you've got 52 or 53% Democrat and 40, whatever it is, he can bring it up. But you also have here the actual election results for each election. So you could look over time and see, and I think if you go back to the earlier elections, who carried the state in 2012? I don't remember. You must remember.
So in 2012, there were two statewide elections, presidential and US Senate, and both were won by Democrats.
Oh, they were won by Democrats. So maybe it's not trending. Maybe you've always been Democrats. I'm sorry. I'm in too many states. I don't know.
Just point out that this is like in each plan.
Thank you. It's just useful for me to understand that, yeah, that we've always, I think many of the public comments say we're 50-50. And if we're talking about that majority and the seats votes ratio, that we're just slightly over and under 50-50.
Oh, you're not. Oh, I see. No, the state's not a 50-50 state.
Yeah.
Is that? No, it's not a 50-50 state. There are more, according to the composite and at least most of the recent statewide elections, it's more than 50% Democratic. And again, you have the election results. Now, from the composite, thanks, John. From the composite, you can see we've got 52.3% Democrat and 47.7% Republican. This is the composite with each year counting equally. And again, you can put in each individual election when you have this. We can throw in the president from 2020 and see how this works out. I just thought the most conservative way of doing this was the composite score.
And again, if I may, Commissioner Rothorn. So I'm just pointing out here that vote share you see there, that's not going to change because that's based exactly on those composite election results. So it would change if you used a single election or some other composite score. So I just want to clarify, in every plan you compare, that ratio is still going to be the same.
That's correct.
Very helpful. Thank you very much.
What? This is yours.
Is that the one you're supposed to open?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, just a moment. I have to adjust this.
That's not the right plan. And we're gonna, it's 12:05, so we'll look at this, and then I know Edward has a quick update for us, and then we'll break for lunch. Smells good.
Unless you have to load this into the machine.
I think so.
You ready? That's it. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the plan. And again, I just gave the number from the website for reference.
Yep. And this was started with our original plan, but has adjustments around Metro Detroit for VRA reasons. And then I also pulled in Muskegon into Grand Rapids. And then, yeah, so we'll see what it is.
And you want me
It's
to
a
load this
zero.
into the partisan?
Yes, if you
fairness?
could. Thank you. Yeah, I love flat.
Okay, I loaded the information into the spreadsheet.
And I was expecting it to be high, so I'm not surprised. And specifically 1, 2, and 3 were what I was expecting. So that's good. Just tells me what I need to work on this weekend. And then efficiency gap. Yeah, because it's a VRA.
Maxed it out.
Well, I mean, that's what happens to get the VRA. I mean, the other maps don't have VRA levels in Detroit and this one does. So that's where we're seeing the difference.
Yeah.
All right, can we look at seats, votes ratio?
Look at this.
So it's definitely biased. Okay. All right, that's actually really helpful because like I said, it helps me. I had a feeling they were going to be high like this, and it just helps me figure out where I need to rebalance it. All right, time out. Okay, so at this point, we're going to pause. Everybody's getting served their food, and I know, Edward, did you want to, without objection, we will wait for an update from Edward Woods about meetings. Please proceed, Mr. Woods, once you have a chance to get over there. Commissioner Witches.
I move that we break for lunch.
Well, guys, I think Edward wanted to give an update before the lunch break. Edward, can you wait till after the break or? Okay, all right, we have it moved and seconded. Well, we don't need to move and second to take a recess, Dustin. So can you withdraw the motion and I'll just. Yeah, we don't need to do a motion. All right, it is currently 12:14. Without objection, we will recess for lunch for 1 hour. Hearing no objections, we will come back at 1:15 PM. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. As chair of the commission, I recall this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:17 p.m. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose that you are attending remotely as well as your physical location. I'll start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry, Anthony Eade,
Present.
Brittany Kellum, Rhonda
Present
Lang.
and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Sorry, Brittany. Thank you. Rhonda Lang, Steve Lett,
Present.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothhorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner, Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, so before the break, first of all, Mr. Morgan, I would request that you send those spreadsheets that you had saved. If you could send them to Executive Director Hammersmith so that she can submit them to the rest of the commissioners, that would be greatly appreciated. The partisan balance ones that we already looked at, if you could do that.
I can do that.
Secondly, I believe we were going to go to an update for Director Woods for communications outreach with respect to public hearings. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods, if you're ready.
I am. Thank you so much. All right, just as a recap, yesterday we provided the public hearing recommendations. We talked about the commission's purpose to draw fair maps with citizen input and compliance with the 7-rank redistricting criteria. We talked about how quality supersedes preference, and just want to give the commission a round of applause. Dr. Hanley was just bragging about you offline again about the great work that you have done to ensure partisan fairness, and that you have less to do than what the public thought you had to do. We'll keep it an open secret, Commissioner, but despite serial litigants and serial insurrectionists against democracy, this commission stays focused on its mission to draw fair maps with citizen input using the 7-ranked redistricting criteria. Once again, we went back when the commission made some recommendations yesterday and wanted to get back with you with regards to where we are. I did want to share with you the Detroit MA, which is the designated market area, represents 9 counties that includes 49% of Michigan's population in 2019. So when you look at the population in these 9 counties, it's 4,878,900. And the total Michigan population, according to the US Census Bureau for 2019 population estimates, was 9,986,857, which equals 49%. So what you see on the screen behind you are the media markets here in Michigan as listed in the Michigan Television Markets Michigan Guide. Realizing that this is 49% of the market, I would like to suggest to the commission that they've already voted on the 18th, the 21st, the 25th, and the 26th, that we look at doing Metro Detroit on the 19th and the 20th, the 19th and the 20th. TCF is open on both the 19th and the 20th. The Sheraton in Novi has the 20th available. And if you wanted to consider Macomb County, they only have the 19th available. So we've been, Kristen's been working hard trying to track this down, but I would, am I okay?
Yeah, you're okay.
Okay. So I would just like to suggest that instead of the commission doing one date on Metro Detroit, I would like to suggest that they do 2 dates
one being at the TCF Center, and I would suggest that the other one would be in Novi. And so the suggestion would be to be at the TCF Center on the 19th and to be at Sheraton Detroit Novi on the 20th, because the Sheraton is only available on the 20th.
Any questions, comments, thoughts?
Yeah, with the population and what you helped us understand, I appreciate that. And I think I'm feeling better today than I was yesterday. And I feel like, we might actually, thank you. I appreciate it. And I would approve this. I like the idea of doing it. And it feels like, sorry, what I'm looking at is it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the first week, and then Monday, Tuesday, the second week.
Correct.
So we have a nice break on Friday, the weekend. Yeah, I like it. Thank you.
Commissioner Lett.
I don't, while I don't think that having fewer public meetings is necessarily good, I haven't changed my mind about giving ourselves more time, regardless of we think we're further ahead today than we were yesterday. I think that's probably wishful thinking. The other thing, and I've discussed this over dinner last night with some of my fellow commissioners, and it's my feeling, I don't know that it's necessarily theirs, that between now and then, as has been made clear in the last few days, we are definitely going to hear what people think about our maps. We're already hearing what they think about them. And I don't anticipate that we're going to get anything new other than if we make changes, they'll talk about the changes. So I'm not in favor of it. I'm in favor of the Detroit one. I know there was some suggestion. I think you made a suggestion to do two at TCF.
Through the chair, to Commissioner Left, we could do two at TCF. They're both available the 19th or 20th. But what I would like to suggest today, since the Sheraton Detroit Novi is open on the 20th, that we would do TCF on the 19th and Sheraton Detroit Novi on the 20th.
I guess that's better than doing two at TCF in my mind, but it's still, I'm not for it. I think 5's enough. They can come to TCF, they did before. They can call in, they can do whatever. So not convinced.
Thank you.
Though you work hard at it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I would echo thanking Edward for his work, but my concern is just based on the number of public comments we're receiving right now, we're getting close to 60 per meeting. And I'm imagining we're going to be going pretty late on a number of these, and to just have 4 days of that back to back, plus traveling from Grand Rapids to Metro Detroit, then to Novi, then to Lansing. I mean, I'm concerned about exhaustion setting in for people, because it's just we're not going to end at 8 o'clock for these. We all know that we're going to be going significantly late, and we typically start at 1, and then that leaves very little time for traveling and resting. And I just worry about how much of a drain that's going to be, particularly because we can't really gauge, right? I mean, it could all work out fine, right? We could be done by 10 or 11, or we could go to Grand Rapids and be there till 3 a.m. and then all of a sudden be like, wow, this was such a mistake to try to do these back-to-back meetings. So I'm just worried about just the time and how are we going to be able to do all this? And are we going to be so tired that we can't really derive any meaning from what we're hearing if they're so close together? And I know that's a function of our schedule too. So I'm with Commissioner Lett. I just rather stick with the 5. I think that's more than sufficient. Commissioner Rothorn.
Would it matter if it was a 1 minute instead of a 2-minute comment period to you? Okay, just curious.
Mr. Woods.
Yeah, I hear clearly both Commissioner Lett and Commissioner Tella. I think one of the things that the commission has consistently emphasize is the amount of public input and engagement. And I just want to make sure that just because we may be hearing the same thing doesn't mean that voices shouldn't be heard, because the opportunity to provide feedback and whether or not there's support for one position or another, that's really what the public hearings are about. So I just want to echo that just because people may say the same thing or rally behind a particular map, that that they're given the opportunity to do so, even knowing the sheer volume of public engagement, I think is encouraging and also representative of the commission's intentional and deliberate effort to ensure awareness and engagement in the process. So just want to throw out that for consideration with regards to that, because it is an enormous amount of time and commitment, but being a benchmark for not just Michigan, but the nation in terms of how we followed our mission in drawing fair math with citizen input to the 7 rank criteria. So just would appreciate that consideration as you make your vote. Either way, we will execute the wishes of the commission.
Any other comments, thoughts? Commissioner Lott?
Well, as it sits right now, Mr. Woods, we have 5 hearings set. So unless Commissioner Rawthorne is going to make a motion to add one, there is no vote.
Yeah, I would concur with that.
I'm not
And
hearing
I
any.
don't mean to limit it to
No, I
Commissioner
think-
Rawthorne. Anybody can make a motion.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing a lot of. Yeah, I think we're going to leave it at 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just for what it's worth, I think that we're also building trust through this process. Yes, we want a quality product, and we don't want to hurt ourselves in the process. I think we're also all aware after COVID that mental health matters and how we treat ourselves matters. So I guess I appreciate that. That's what I'm hearing from our commissioners, that we need that to be a priority. And we want to build trust in the process and what we're doing for the first time with the community. So I hope the community hears that yes, thank you for understanding that we need to care for ourselves in ways that we are doing. Thank you.
Mr. Woods?
In light of that, can we agree that Detroit at TCF will be on the 20th? Is that okay?
That works for me. Yep.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Woods. At this point, I think we're going to go back to Dr. Hanley and her analysis. Are you good, Mr. Morgan?
Yeah, we have the information we need.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So we ended with looking at some congressional maps. And did we want to move to a House map or Senate map? Go ahead, Mr. Morgan, if you have another.
Yeah, what I'd like
thought.
to do is I'd like to revisit the Senate map that you did, if I may.
Fantastic. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is it'll load up here. This is the completed state Senate map, and I've loaded it back into the Autobound Edge. So there's the district number, the plan number, so it's the Senate plan. But the difference is now, after the software update, what we can do is we can make those reports directly from the program. So the way you do this is we go to the reports and output, we click run report, and then you have to select under the report dropdown box, which, by the way, there are a ton of reports that you can look at for compactness measures and other things. But here we have partisan fairness. And then there's 2 categories. So what we're going to do is we're going to select the composite partisan index that Dr. Hanley created. So it's a drop-down box, and you start at the top and it's got all of the information that's in the various data spreadsheets. So you scroll all the way down, and when you get to the election data here at the bottom, you want to do the data sheet that has statewide races, Democrat as category A. And then we scroll down and we look for statewide races, Republican for category B. And again, that's the data that will be in the software, which has that composite partisan index. And we display the report, and it now generates the report. So I just generated this report actively from the software, and it's exactly the same information that we previously saw in the spreadsheet version. So the functionality is there. And I want to thank Kim Brace and Ryan for helping me through this during the lunch hour.
All right, thank you very much for that. Commissioner Orton.
Could Mr. Morgan or someone just make a little instruction sheet for that?
Yeah,
At
we'll
some point.
work on something to do for that, sure.
Oh, thank you.
I wrote it down too, Cynthia. You can take a picture of what I just wrote down.
And also, so this report, it will be saved in wherever your default library is for your plan. So in this case, this is a state Senate plan, and mine is showing inside the plan folder for this. It saves a copy of that. You can save it somewhere else. So in my case, I would save it where we had those other ones. And you see it starts the Excel spreadsheet. It appends partisan fairness onto the name of the plan. So you can find it and refer to it.
All right, thank you. So one more thing, go ahead.
Yeah, one more thing. So we did this, and that's based on the partisan index.
Okay.
But we also talked about the possibility, and Dr. Hanley, I can do this if you like. I can run this on a single election if you like.
I'd be curious to see what happens. What do you guys think? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have an election you are dying to see?
Can we do the? Can we do the primary? No, we have to do it, right? So let's do the 2016 presidential.
Okay, so that's a single election, and the difference is that, we're not using the partisan composite, so the numbers for the election are going to be a little different than the partisan index, and that'll show up when we run the report. So again, in this case, I have the report up, and instead of using the partisan index, I'm going to select that specific race. So I have to scroll down all the way towards the bottom, and I'm looking for the statewide elections tab. So there's the race for Democrat and Republican. And after that, you can see 2020 president, and here's the 2016. So you select statewide races, Clinton, which is the Democrat vote for president.
And to
then
be clear, you're not selecting the percent, right? It's just Democrat state.
it's total votes. That's
Total
correct.
votes, okay.
All of this has to operate off of votes and not percentages.
Okay.
All right, so now we click display, and it generates the report for the single election. So now, again, what I want to point out here, and I'll turn over to Dr. Hanley here, you're going to have different numbers for some of this, right? Am I right on this? Yes, okay, this is the key point I want to point out. This was dynamically determined by the vote share. Previously, it was the vote share based on the partisan index. Here, it's the vote share based on the presidential election. And as you know, in Michigan, it was a very close presidential election. And it was Hillary Clinton got 49.9 and Donald Trump got 50.1. So that's a different election than the partisan fairness election, or a different total calculation statewide.
I don't know if I would go across and take a look, and let's see what we get for each of these. So we still have, there's a problem. So we still have a plan that favors Republicans in all of these measures with this particular contest. But now that this is in the software, as soon as you can get it loaded onto your machine, you can yourself choose any elections. Again, it's not the percentage, it's the votes, but any of the statewide elections, and run this yourself. And they did an amazing job. It looks exactly like you wouldn't have even known that we were operating in something other than Excel. This is exactly like what it looked like before. So we were going to look at a House race now before I had to depart. So John is going to show the list of House races. And if you could pick a collaborative effort first. For John to load, that would be great.
That's why I'm wondering, what do we want to look at? The one from yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, so then take the top one from the list, which is, 930, 21 HD.
So
Which one is which?
Yeah, that's where we have a little bit of issue here, because we have a plan that you completed at the end of the day that was out of population alignment, and you abandoned that in favor of Commissioner Zatala's footprint that was then this morning was merged with the rest of the plan. So I think that the plan you want to do is the one that you sent this morning.
Yeah, so let's look at that one.
Okay, so what I will do is I will load it. I think I have it in my software. So just a moment.
Okay.
Did you have to choose whether you wanted House, Senate, or Congress? And if so, where did you choose?
There's no choice. You don't have to choose. Okay, so what I've done is I brought forward the plan that was sent to me this morning. So again, the representation here is that this was the plan that you worked on, Commissioner Zatala's plan. And the indicia that's relevant here is there's a House District 40 and a House District 110.
Yeah.
So that should tell you that it's the plan you expect.
Yes, because when I imported it, I was missing the one district and I had to add a 110 there. So yes, that is the right plan.
Okay. All right, so with this in mind, now we can run the report on this plan.
Yes, please.
Okay, so this is the report based on this plan. And one quick reminder, so when you see these totals here that are very large, they're larger than a single election, that's a good sign that you've chosen the correct index. So if you do this on your own and you see these numbers are very small, you might have chosen a single election. So when you see the larger numbers, it's a good sign that you've chosen the index.
Okay, can we look at the mean median? All right. And what about the efficiency gap? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Kim Brace.
Hello there, everybody. Greetings from Providence, Rhode Island. I would want to warn people that when they play with this over the weekend, make sure that you're creating the right pair of candidates. Make sure that, you've got the D and the R from a single contest. Don't get mixed up with a D from one contest and an R from a different contest. That will be just crazy. So just be cognizant as you're selecting those candidates when you go down that list, that you've got the right combination of the people in the contest. Thank you there.
Thank you. So can we see the seats ratio? Yes.
Okay, so then looking at the seats vote ratio.
Yeah.
So if we went back to the lopsided margins, I think I would always start there. Are the low number of districts in the Detroit area?
Yes, for the most part. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be a balancing act between voting rights and partisan fairness, but it's not an equal balance because the Voting Rights Act trumps partisan fairness.
So, John, can we go back and compare this to the one before we made all those voting rights adjustments? Because I think that would be really interesting to see. So this map that
Yes.
we're looking at right now had some pretty significant adjustments to comply with the Voting Rights Act. But there was one before it that was number 183 that did not have those adjustments taken into account. I'm just curious how much, if any, it moved.
Okay, I'm just going to download it so we're clear about which one.
Yeah.
I'll just take a moment.
This one has what the people were calling the bacon strip districts. So
Did you write down the scores of the other one?
yes, I
Good.
did.
And you said it was 183?
Yes.
Thanks. Okay, I'm trying to import it here. We'll want to double check and make sure it's the correct plan. Okay, so I think that this is the plan. I recall that this was the District 16 and in the modified plan it was 40. And it appears that this is similar.
Yep,
in
that's it.
The plan, okay? So I'm going to save this and then you want me to run the report, yeah?
Yes, please. Mhm. Yeah, I just want to see how it changes. Yeah, if it changes.
One more thing I'll mention, when you do this over the weekend on your own, you probably do not want to have other Excel files open. If you have an Excel file of the same plan name, it'll be a conflict. So that'll be something you might run into that's an easy fix.
So it looks like it's a little more lopsided. The pre-VRA changes, 9.6 versus 9.2.
Um,
Yeah. Commissioner Orton?
Sorry, can you just clarify which one is which?
Yes, I thought we were comparing. The one on the top is the one that I received this morning. It's labeled RAS VRA version 2. The one on the bottom is 183 from the website.
So 183 is the collaborative map we all worked on. VRA, which is the one I worked on to adjust the VRA numbers.
And so this is showing the mean median difference for the two plans.
Yeah.
And then here's the efficiency gap metric. In just a moment.
Yeah.
And then the seats vote ratio.
Can you
So if I'm looking at this right, the VRA compliant one is actually
Better.
producing better
Yeah,
measures.
I'm surprised, honestly.
You went through it fast, but it also looked like it had a lower efficiency gap.
Yeah, it was 11.8 versus
Yes,
12.7.
and the
so
mean median difference, that's just,
that was almost identical. One was.
oh,
higher.
it was
Yeah.
off by a tenth of a point in the lopsided margins. Now, I am surprised and pleased. So in this particular case, making this VRA compliant did not hurt. In fact, it improved
bit, yeah.
all of the scores all the way across the board.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, so Dr. Hanley, I know you needed to scoot out, so I want to be respectful of your time. So if you need to leave, feel free to do so. Is there anyone who has any questions before she goes really quickly? Because I know she's got a plane to catch.
Just a lot of gratitude.
Yes, a lot of gratitude. Yes, thank you for your work.
And have fun with your reports. You finally have them.
I can think of nothing more exciting than spending the weekend looking at Excel sheets. Thank you very much, Dr. Hanley, for your work, your analysis, for coming here today. We really do appreciate it. Thank you.
It was my pleasure.
All right, guys. So we're going to move on to our unfinished business. And so do we want to discuss scheduling later, Commissioner Orton, or do we want to discuss it now? Go ahead, Commissioner Orton.
Maybe now.
Okay.
I want to move that I'm not sure how to phrase it. Move that we change the date that our personal maps are due for publication from Monday morning before the meeting starts to Wednesday night. If I have a second, I'll speak to it.
Second from Commissioner Lett. Please continue, Commissioner Orton.
So we had originally voted to require all personal maps to be commission maps, personal commissioner maps to be submitted Monday morning before the meeting started so that we would have time to do everything that was necessary before the public hearings. But now the public hearings have been taken out that 1 week, postponed, then I think we have a little more time to work on our own maps. And now that we have this information, we can use that to create better maps before they're due on Wednesday night.
Okay, so to clarify, your motion is to extend the deadline for individual commissioners to submit personal maps from Monday at the beginning of the meeting till Wednesday. Did you say close the meeting? At the close of meeting? That was a motion made by Commissioner Orton. Did you second that, Commissioner Lett? Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Commissioner Rothorn and then Commissioner Witches.
So I really like the idea because I think we'll be able to collaboratively map Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, learn from that. And so Monday, the weekend, but then also Monday and Tuesday to sort of shift and revise. And I think it makes a lot of sense to me.
Commissioner Witches and then Commissioner Orton.
I'm in favor of that too. Just the only thing is that how do I say this? The update we don't have yet. We don't know exactly when we're going to be able to get it. That being said, we can always send the maps over to EDS or whomever is here to that particular day to do it. But if I'm working on a map at, let's say, 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night, and I email it, chances of it being looked at is probably 0. Oh, all right. Mike.
We are waiting on the instructions for DTMB for this, and then we're also waiting on DTMB to let us know when they have time available to do it. So they've been notified that it's ready. But that's what I know at this point.
And I think that Commissioner Rich just brings up just another reason that we would want to push it back a little bit. So that allows us to actually tweak. So I'll call the question.
Is your microphone on? I can barely hear that.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Given that the public hearings have moved, what would be the maximum? Because how far out can we push it? I mean, if we can push it out to Friday, or if we can push it out to sometime the week after that, would that be something that we could just take care of right now, or would Wednesday still be an appropriate date? Because I just want to make sure that everyone has enough time, or they feel that they have enough time to do this on their own and not feel rushed for Wednesday.
I agree with you, especially if we're going to be meeting till 8 o'clock at night
Right.
next week. I think we should push it till the following Monday, October 11th, which is a Monday at 8 o'clock. We've extended our public hearings by a week. And that should give us, I think that makes more sense, especially if we're going to try to work till 8 o'clock at night. I mean, that's just not going to give people a lot of time to personally map. And we're not likely to have the software till Monday or Tuesday, the software update until Monday or Tuesday anyway. So.
Got it. So I'll amend it. I'll amend the motion to make it so that it's due on Monday morning.
The 11th.
Yeah, the October 11th.
I will second that amendment. Any discussion or debate on the amendments? And please let me know if you see Commissioner Kellum's hand up behind me, because I don't have a screen in front of me. Commissioner Orton.
I think that's a great idea. And then we would, as a commission, be able to evaluate those on that Monday, Tuesday, at least, before we go on public hearing.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's call the question on the amendment. Oops.
But the rule as it stands is you send those to MDOS 24 hours in advance in order to consider those in the meeting. So if you wanted them considered in the meeting on Monday, you'd have to have them in that Sunday so they can be posted online. Just, yeah.
And maybe even Friday, so that we're not asking MDOS staff to work on Sundays. Do we want to consider it a business day?
I'd just rather keep it on Monday, because then we can discuss them on Tuesday. I mean, that's fine. That still gives us a day or two to discuss them. Wednesday, the 13th would be the sort of drop dead date like it was before, following that same plan. So I think, and then again, to your point, then we're not asking people to be uploading stuff on a Sunday so that we can, because no one's going to look at it over Sunday anyway, probably. We're all, yeah. All right, any additional discussion? Okay, so let's vote on the amendment. The amendment is to amend, the original motion was to extend the date to Wednesday, close of business, October 6th. There was an amendment to extend the date further to October 11th, beginning of the meeting, which would be, I believe, 9 or 10 a.m. All in favor of adopting the amendment, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. Okay, the amendment prevails. And so now we have a motion as amended to move the due date for individual commissioners to submit their plans to the rest of the commission and the Secretary of State, Department of State, to October 11th, beginning of the meeting. All in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. All right, so the motion prevails and our new due date is October 11th, beginning of the meeting. Executive Director Hammersmith, I would really appreciate it if you would let the fellow commissioners who are not here today know that, because I know they're probably going to work on maps over the weekend and we want to make sure they know they have additional time. Thank you. All right, so now we're going to move on to unfinished business agenda item 5A. Without objection, we'll ask our General Counsel Pastula to present a draft amended rules of procedure. Please proceed, General Counsel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Based on the request of commissioners at the Monday meeting, I made specific revisions to the draft rules as they were presented. The original draft rules are redlined. All of the changes in draft 2, the updated draft, are highlighted as well as redlined. That way it's very clear what we're talking about. There was also a memo circulated that walked through the brief changes, specifically in draft 2 was to section 3.4 for vacating office, addition and deletion of language at Commissioner Lett's request. Section 7.3 tenure at the request of Commissioner Zatella, addition of language recognizing a chair or vice chair may resign. Section 7.4.1, the duties of the chairperson. There were changes, formatting changes, and clarifying language regarding the chair and active chair. And I did, bless you, I did want to highlight that on page 20, starting on line 9, I recommend that the clause including the chair's right to debate, vote, or with respect to procedural matters be deleted as superfluous. It's not needed. And that clause be removed in the sentence end at the word commission. This clause, what it does is it incorporates Commissioner Orton's request regarding presence of the chair at a meeting. It also acknowledges that a chairperson or could be present at a meeting but unable to preside. For example, if they had a sore throat or some other issue that would prevent them from presiding over a meeting, and that the vice chair would fill that role in those situations. And it clarifies that the chairperson being present at a meeting but not chairperson, it doesn't impair or abrogate any of their rights as an individual member of the commission. So again, I would just recommend that last sentence on line 9 and 10, that last clause be struck and that the sentence end with commission. The other remaining changes between drafts 1 and 2 include section 7.2.4, the language to comport with the changes made to 7.4.1. And lastly, in sections 14.2 amendment, there was a clarification to the timing requirement. This week, the notice was provided of amendments being discussed at the Monday meeting, and there's the 3-day requirement, just clarifying again that it's at which the formal action should be taken. The other change to section 14.2 is addition of language ratifying former commission actions, all past commission actions. That was made at the request of Commissioner Lett. And that is found on page 28 of the document, lines 24 and 25. The language is by adopting subsequent amendments to these rules pursuant to this section, the commission ratifies all prior actions taken. And I would recommend that the words by the commission be added after prior actions taken. That is a summary of the changes that were presented in the memo dated yesterday, with the addition of the 2 recommended changes, striking the language in 7.4.1 subpart B and adding the words by the commission to the last sentence of section 14.2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any comments or questions about the proposed rule changes? Commissioner Lett.
I would move that we adopt these, and I would also move to amend a little bit further on them. So I don't know how you want me to do my suggested language. Okay. If you look at page 21, if you have it on your screen, under 12, public participation, under 12D, small letter A, public comment at a meeting of the commission as specified under section shall be restricted to change 2 minutes to 1 minute. And then in B, the same change from 2 minutes to 1 minute. One is for public hearings. I believe that's B, and A is for public comment at these meetings. While we thought this morning that we would have to do it every time, it is in the rules. We can change the rules. I would also bring to your attention C, the commission may act to suspend the time limits as set forth in subparts A and B and set an alternate time limit for public comment. So if we come to the point where we got 5 people and we want to give them 5 minutes each, we can move to change the rules and set that. So this will give us 1 minute going forward unless we decide we want to make a change at a specific meeting. And with that change, then I would move the adoption of the rules as stated.
Second.
So, General Counsel, do I need to break that into 2 motions? One, a motion to adopt, and then 2, a motion to amend the rules, or how should we proceed on that? Can he do it all in one motion, I guess is my short question.
I would recommend that the motion to Commissioner Lett initiated with the motion to adopt the amendments as proposed, and then discussed one additional amendment. And just to clarify, earlier today, when we spoke about modifying them per meeting, that was appropriate at that time because the rules that we're discussing right now are currently in effect. Right now, we're discussing amending the rules based on the notice that was provided on Monday and the discussions that the commission has been having since Monday. So this would change your actual rules to reflect 1 minute. So if you wanted to modify the time going forward, much like you did this morning, you would need the motion and whatnot to change. But this is an appropriate time if you wanted to make that change permanent because the rules are open. It is an appropriate time to raise it. So I would, Madam Chair, the original motion was made by Commissioner Lett and seconded by Commissioner Witches. The motion to amend was to modify the 2-minute time limit to 1. So it would just follow the normal course of business, the motion to amend first and then the main motion.
Okay, I will second the motion to amend. So we now have a motion and a second on the actual adoption, and then a motion and a second on the change to 1 minute. Any discussion or debate on the amendment? All in favor of amending the rules? Oh, yes.
I think for our public hearings, we should leave those at 2 minutes, just because the purpose of those is mainly for public comment, whereas the purpose of these meetings that we're having today are more so to conduct our business. So I'd agree with the 1 minute change to our regularly scheduled meetings, but for the public comment, for the public hearings, I'd like to leave them at 2 minutes.
Commissioner Rothorn, did you have a comment?
No, I'm just going to echo what Anthony said.
Any additional discussion or debate? Anything from Commissioner Kellum? Okay. All right, then let's go ahead and vote. All in favor? Yeah, I think that's a good choice. So let me restate the amendment. Commissioner Lett has made a motion, which was seconded by me, to further amend the proposed rules in section 12D, A and B to change the time frame from 2 minutes down to 1 minute. If you are in favor of that change, say aye. If you're opposed, say nay. And Sarah Reinhardt, can you please take the roll?
Absolutely. But if you could say yes or no instead of aye or nay, because aye or nay sometimes sounds the same over video. So thank you. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
Yes.
Doug Clark.
Yes.
Anthony Eid.
No.
Brittany Kellum.
Yes.
Steve Lett.
Yes.
Cynthia Orton.
Yes.
MC Rothorn.
No.
Rebecca Satella.
Yes.
Janice Follett.
Yes.
By a vote of 8 yes to 2 no, the motion carries.
Thank you very much. All right, at this point, we are going to move on to the motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches, to approve the rules as amended, including the amendment that we just did right here. Again, once again, we'll ask for a roll call vote. Yes means you are in favor of adopting the rules as amended. No means you are not. And I will turn it over to you, Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, do as your chair said. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Dustin Witches,
Yes.
Doug Clark,
Yes.
Anthony Eade,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
Yes.
Steve Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
MC Rothhorn,
Yes.
Rebecca Satella,
Yes.
Janice Villette,
Yes.
Richard Weiss.
Yes.
With unanimous support, the motion carries.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reinhardt. All right. Let me see. Just trying to figure out where we are at. All right, guys. So we have continue mapping and making adjustments on our agenda. Do we want to proceed with that? I've heard some comments that we want to break early so that we can spend time mapping and taking into account all these comments that we've received, and we've now got this partisan fairness analysis. Do we want to do that, or do we want to continue trying to collaboratively map and change our maps as they are right now? Commissioner Rothhorn.
Yeah, it's been a long week. I'll just say that. I do feel better, and I do feel like I need to integrate a lot of what we've learned. So I am okay with, and frankly, I know personally, I don't have the energy right now to collaboratively map. So I guess that's what I'm thinking is like, if I know that I'm going to want to pass.
Any other comments? Commissioner Lott.
Having the longest drive, I certainly would accept an early out, but I will do whatever the commission wishes to do.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm in favor of us. We're all tired. We've got a lot to absorb. We've got a lot to do this weekend. I think we should break, unless someone has a burning desire to map.
Can we maybe just sort of orient ourselves to next week? What I'm thinking about is I think just sort of review of the week and the next, like, because we're in the home stretch. And I think we've got even a special Monday morning. You may even want to be there early kind of thing happening. And I'm seeing some nodding heads. So I guess this morphed into something else, but what I want to acknowledge is Monday morning, we do want to have a sort of coffee, and there's some homemade cinnamon rolls. Tamiko, my spouse, is a wonderful baker, and we have apples from our house. And so she makes a wonderful apple tart. We're going to have a quiche with eggs from the kitchen, and it's a mushroom quiche. So it's wild mushrooms. So it's going to be, we're going to try to make it special for us. And I apologize for all of you who aren't going to be able to be there, public included. I do want to recognize that we've had a long week. So I just want to say somehow we're going to start off really fresh. So come early, even though we start at 10. I don't know about sourdough toast, but we will have coffee and tea. That includes our wonderful audio staff and Secretary of State staff. So everyone in this room here, and again, because we're starting at 10, I'm saying this mostly because please come early so that we can be together And then I guess we'll figure it out from there, but that seems like the most important piece.
Yeah. And I would also just encourage everybody, like, we have these different draft maps that are out there. We know what we've all looked at. Look at them over the weekend. Think about if we want to make changes to them, think about which ones you like. And that way we're prepared to discuss if we need more changes on Monday, if we don't like what we have. And, hopefully we can all get our partisan fairness software installed so we can start looking at that too. And I think we can just be ready to rock and roll on Monday. Because I think the partisan fairness results were better than we were all expecting. And I think that's reassuring because and then, of course, as always, thank you, Mr. Morgan, for all of your assistance.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Mr. Woods, General Counsel. I think we might have lost Mr. Ailson at this point. Sue, thank everybody for all of your support and help. All right, so let's go through the rest of the items on the agenda. We don't have any new business. We don't have any minutes to approve. There's no additional staff reports. Sarah Reinhardt, do you have another report? Correspondence received in advance of our meeting today was provided along with written public comments to the commissioners in our meeting materials. It's my understanding there's no future agenda items to discuss because we already talked about those. Are there any announcements?
I don't have an announcement, but I have a comment. I would like to thank Edward for the work that he's done. We haven't been especially nice to him this week. I understand that. He got us our lunch today, and thank you, Edward.
I would also like to thank Commissioner Orton for being our West Side of Michigan commissioner, because we have heard over and over again that there's no one from the West Side, and you are from Battle Creek and from the West Side. So I just want to highlight that. So hopefully it stops that belief out there that some people seem to have that we don't actually have someone from the West Side here. All right, as the items on the agenda are completed and the commission has no further business, a motion to adjourn is order. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. All right, we are adjourned at 2:20 p.m. Thank you, everybody.